Behind dark sunglasses burns the power of infinity itself. Izuku Midoriya, untouchable, devastating, beautiful beyond mortal comprehension, wields 6 eyes that pierce reality and limitless techniques that bend existence to his will. Villains whisper his name in terror. Heroes bow in awe. Witness true omnipotence unleashed. Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The night Izuku Midoriya was born, the hospital lights flickered and dimmed. Medical equipment malfunctioned, and for a brief moment, gravity seemed to waver. Nurses and doctors spoke of it for years afterward, how the air felt charged, how time itself seemed to slow around the delivery room. When the infant finally emerged and drew his first breath, his eyes opened to reveal irises of such brilliant azure that they appeared to glow from within, intricate patterns rippling across them like living fractals. "What's happening to his eyes?" Inko Midoriya whispered, exhausted but alarmed as she cradled her newborn. The doctor leaned closer, fascinated. "I've never seen anything like it. It could be a quirk manifesting unusually early." Hisashi Midoriya, standing by his wife's bedside, felt a strange sensation as if something ancient had awakened. "They're beautiful," he said, reaching to touch his son's cheek. His finger never made contact. Instead, it stopped a millimeter from the infant's skin, as if pressing against invisible glass. The doctor witnessed this and immediately ordered quirk-specialized tests. The results baffled everyone. Somehow, this newborn possessed a fully activated quirk, something that should have been biologically impossible. More unusual still, the readings showed energy manipulation unlike anything in modern quirk registry. "This is unprecedented," the specialist told the Midoriyas 3 days later. "Quirks typically manifest around age 4, but your son was born with his fully active. We believe it's a spatial manipulation ability of extraordinary sophistication." What no one could know was that Inko's bloodline carried something far older than quirks, a power dating back to an age when cursed energy flowed differently through the world. This genetic memory had lain dormant for generations, only to emerge perfect and complete in Izuku. As he grew from infant to toddler, his unusual features became more pronounced. His hair, initially dark green, lightened until it became a striking white by his 3rd birthday. His physical development accelerated beyond normal parameters, perfect posture, unusual height for his age, and movements that carried an inexplicable grace. But it was his eyes that truly set him apart. When excited or focused, those azure irises would glow with internal light, seeming to perceive things invisible to others. He learned to hide them behind sunglasses after discovering how they made other children uneasy. By age 4, Izuku understood he was different in ways even his parents couldn't comprehend. He could see energy flowing through living things, could perceive the fabric of space itself. When he concentrated, the world slowed to a crawl, allowing him to observe the minutest details of everything around him. One afternoon at the playground, when Izuku was 5, the difference became impossible to ignore. "Hey Deku, stop ignoring me!" Katsuki Bakugo, his explosive quirked childhood friend, shouted across the playground. The nickname had originated as a taunt, useless, though it made little sense for someone with Izuku's abilities. "Sorry, Kachan, I was thinking about something." Izuku's voice carried a casual confidence unusual for a child his age. "Fight me! I want to see if my explosions can get past your weird barrier thing." Bakugo demanded, palms already sparking. Several other children gathered to watch, excited by the prospect of seeing quirks in action. Izuku merely smiled, removing his sunglasses and tucking them carefully into his pocket. "If you want," he said with a shrug that seemed oddly adult. Bakugo charged forward, releasing a concussive blast directly at Izuku's face. The other children gasped, but the explosion never reached its target. Instead, it slowed to a crawl inches from Izuku's skin, the flames spreading out as if hitting an invisible shield before dissipating harmlessly. "That's so unfair," Bakugo yelled, launching another blast, larger this time. Again, it failed to reach Izuku, who stood perfectly still, not even flinching. "It's just how my quirk works, Catch-on," Izuku explained, his tone neither boastful nor apologetic. "I call it infinity. Nothing touches me unless I allow it." "That's not all you can do. I've seen you do other things," Bakugo accused, frustration mounting. Izuku considered this, then nodded. "You're right. Watch." He extended his hand toward a fallen branch nearby. The air around his palm shimmered with faint blue light as the branch suddenly flew toward him, stopping to hover just beyond his fingertips. "I call this blue," he explained to the astonished children. "I can pull things toward me." With his other hand, he gestured, and the branch shot away with explosive force, embedding itself deep into a tree trunk. And that's red," he added. "I can push things away." The playground fell silent. Even Bakugo stood speechless, his competitive spirit momentarily doused by the casual display of power. "Can you do more?" a little girl finally asked. Izuku hesitated. "Yes, but it might be dangerous. My parents say I should be careful." From that day forward, the dynamic between Izuku and his peers fundamentally changed. Some children avoided him out of fear or jealousy. Others flocked to him, fascinated by his abilities and unusual appearance. Bakugo alone maintained a complex relationship, unable to bully someone who literally couldn't be touched, yet unwilling to admit inferiority. Throughout elementary school, Izuku remained an enigma. Academically brilliant, physically untouchable, and socially magnetic despite his aloofness. Teachers reported that he seemed to process information at an accelerated rate, mastering complex concepts instantly. Sports coaches found themselves puzzled by his abilities. He never seemed to tire, and his coordination bordered on precognition. When Izuku was 10, an incident occurred that would shape his understanding of his own power. Walking home with Bakugo and two other boys, they were accosted by older teenagers looking to test their developing quirks on easier targets. "Look at these little brats," the leader sneered, hands morphing into stone. "Let's see what quirks they've got." Bakugo immediately launched forward with an explosion, but was easily deflected by the older boy's reinforced arm. The other children scattered, but Izuku remained still, observing with analytical calm. "You with the white hair. What's your quirk, pretty boy?" the leader demanded, approaching Izuku. "I'd rather not demonstrate," Izuku replied calmly, "but you should leave my friends alone." The teenager laughed and swung a stone fist directly at Izuku's face, only for it to halt completely an inch from his skin. The attacker's confidence faltered as he pushed harder, unable to penetrate the invisible barrier. "What the?" Izuku's eyes flashed blue. "I warned you." With a casual gesture, he activated Lapse Blue. The air compressed around the teenager, who suddenly found himself forced to his knees by overwhelming pressure. "This is just a fraction of what I can do," Izuku explained, his voice eerily calm. "Leave now." When the teenagers fled, Bakugo stared at Izuku with a mixture of resentment and fascination. "You could have done that any time they bullied me when we were little. You never actually needed saving, Kachan." Izuku replied with a small smile. "You're strong in your own way." That evening, Izuku sat with his parents, finally asking the questions that had been building for years. "My quirk isn't like other quirks, is it?" he asked directly. Inko and Hisashi exchanged glances. "The doctors have always been puzzled by it," his mother admitted. "It registered as spatial manipulation, but the energy signature doesn't match any known classification." "I can see things others can't," Izuku continued. "Energy flowing through people. The structure of space itself. Sometimes I know things I shouldn't know, like I've understood my powers since birth." His father nodded slowly. "There are legends in your mother's family about ancestors with extraordinary abilities. Not quirks, but something older. Most dismiss them as fairy tales, but when you were born, we registered your quirk officially as spatial manipulation because we didn't know what else to call it," Inko added. "But we've always suspected it's something more complex." Izuku nodded, having expected as much. "I'm going to become a hero with this power," he stated with absolute certainty. "The strongest hero." By middle school, Izuku had grown into his power with increasing sophistication. His appearance drew constant attention. Tall for his age, with striking white hair and model-like features that he increasingly obscured behind stylish sunglasses. Talent scouts occasionally approached him about modeling careers, which he politely declined. What few knew was that he spent hours alone in abandoned areas testing the limits of his abilities. He discovered he could teleport by manipulating spatial coordinates, could see through solid objects when concentrating, and could combine his blue and red techniques into something new. A purple energy that didn't just push or pull, but erased matter entirely. These private training sessions left enormous craters and warped landscapes, forcing him to find increasingly remote locations. His parents worried about the scale of his power, but Izuku assured them he maintained perfect control. At 14, Izuku's life intersected with destiny when a villain attack struck downtown. He had been shopping when screams erupted from a nearby underpass. A monstrous sludge villain had captured a hostage, Katsuki Bakugo. Heroes were already on the scene, but hesitating to act due to the hostage situation. Izuku observed from behind the police line, analyzing the villain's composition through his 6 eyes. Simple molecular structure, mostly liquid with no solid core, he murmured to himself. Bakugo's explosions are only making it worse by oxygenating the sludge. Without hesitation, Izuku slipped under the barricade, ignoring shouts from the police. As he approached, the sludge villain noticed him. "Another kid? Stay back or I'll crush this one's windpipe." Izuku removed his sunglasses, tucking them into his pocket with theatrical slowness. His blue eyes gleamed. "Release him," he stated simply, raising one hand. Blue. The air warped around his palm as gravity intensified 1,000-fold in a precise area around Bakugo. The sludge villain's body began separating, pulled irresistibly toward Izuku's hand, while Bakugo remained untouched by the gravitational force. "What are you doing to me?" The villain screamed as his liquid form strained against itself. "Precise spatial manipulation," Izuku explained calmly, as if lecturing. "I'm separating you from your hostage." With his other hand, he activated Red. "Now, go away." A burst of repulsive force blasted the villain backwards, splattering him against the tunnel wall with such precision that not a drop touched bystanders. Bakugo dropped to his knees, gasping for air. "You," he choked out, looking up at Izuku with a complex expression of humiliation and gratitude. Izuku offered a hand. "You would have found a way out yourself eventually, Kachan. You always do." Before Bakugo could respond, a booming voice echoed through the underpass. "That was quite impressive, young man." All Might, the symbol of peace, landed before them with his trademark smile. Yet behind that smile, his eyes studied Izuku with intense curiosity. "I've rarely seen such precise quirk application from someone your age," the hero continued. "What do you call that technique?" "Just manipulation of attraction and repulsion forces," Izuku replied with casual modesty. "Nothing special." All Might's smile never wavered, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "I have a feeling you're being modest, young man. What's your name?" "Izuku Midoriya." "Well, young Midoriya, that level of quirk control will serve you well if heroics is your goal." Izuku met the hero's gaze directly. "It is. I'm going to attend UA High School next year." All Might laughed heartily. "With abilities like that, I have no doubt you'll pass the entrance exam with flying colors. Keep developing that potential." As All Might collected the villain and departed, Izuku replaced his sunglasses, obscuring the calculating look in his eyes. He had seen something unusual in the hero's energy signature, a power that seemed to be flickering, weakening. "Interesting," he murmured. "Very interesting." The months leading up to the UA entrance exam passed quickly. Izuku's final year of middle school culminated with him being recognized as the top student academically, though he remained something of an enigma socially, popular due to his appearance and abilities, yet maintaining a certain distance from even his admirers. "You're applying to UA too, aren't you, Midoriya?" his teacher asked during career counseling. "With your quirk, you could easily aim for the hero course." "That's the plan," Izuku confirmed with easy confidence. "Well, don't forget about Bakugo here," the teacher added. "He's got his sights set on UA as well." Bakugo, seated nearby, scoffed. "Don't compare me to him. I'm going to be the #1 hero, not just some pretty boy with a flashy quirk." Izuku merely smiled. "I look forward to seeing you there, Kachan." The day of the entrance exam arrived with clear skies and mild temperatures. Izuku arrived early, dressed in his middle school uniform, but with designer sunglasses and an air of casual confidence that made other applicants stare. He spotted Bakugo in the crowd and nodded in greeting, and receiving a grudging acknowledgement in return. As he approached the main gate, Izuku noticed a brown-haired girl looking nervous, taking deep breaths. He observed the flow of energy through her. A gravity manipulation quirk with significant potential, but currently limited by her own physical stamina constraints. Interesting, he thought, just as she stumbled slightly. Without thinking, he activated Infinity in reverse, allowing physical contact as he reached out to steady her. "Careful there," he said with a smile. "Oh, thank you," she replied, looking up at him with wide brown eyes. "I'm so nervous I can barely walk straight. Are you taking the exam too?" "I am. Izuku Midoriya," he introduced himself, noticing how her eyes widened slightly at his unusual appearance. "Ochako Uraraka," she responded with a bright smile. "Your hair is amazing. Is it natural or part of your quirk?" "Bit of both," Izuku replied enigmatically. "Quirk side effect from birth." They chatted briefly about the upcoming exam before entering the orientation hall. Present Mike's energetic explanation of the practical exam drew varied reactions from the crowd, excitement from some, anxiety from others. Izuku merely analyzed the point system and robot categories with calm interest. "So, different point values based on difficulty," he murmured. "Straightforward enough." When they were assigned to different testing grounds, Izuku wished Uraraka good luck before heading to his designated area. The gathered examinees eyed each other nervously, sizing up competition. Several glanced at Izuku with curiosity, noting his relaxed posture and the sunglasses he still hadn't removed despite being indoors. Present Mike's sudden shout of "Start!" caught many by surprise, but Izuku was already moving, having anticipated the abrupt beginning. "No countdown in real disasters," he commented to no one in particular as he walked, not ran, toward the testing area. The moment the first robot appeared, a one-pointer that charged directly at him, Izuku simply extended his hand. Blue. The robot was instantly crushed by invisible pressure, collapsing into a compact metal cube before it could even reach him. Other examinees stopped to stare at the casual display of power. "Two more approaching from the left," Izuku noted, not even turning his head. "Red." Without looking, he extended his other hand, and the two-pointer robots exploded outward as if hit by an invisible battering ram, parts scattering across the testing ground. For the next few minutes, Izuku strolled through the urban setting, systematically destroying robots with minimal movement. Three-pointers were pulled into compressed metal balls with blue, then launched as projectiles with red to destroy distant targets. His efficiency was such that other examinees found themselves scrambling for the few robots he hadn't yet reached. "Hey, save some for the rest of us," someone shouted in frustration. Izuku paused, considering this. "Fair point. I'll head west," he decided aloud, teleporting instantly to another section of the testing ground, leaving behind several gaping examinees. In the observation room, the UA faculty watched with increasing interest. "That white-haired boy in ground beta," Midnight commented, "he's not even breaking a sweat." "Izuku Midoriya," Principal Nezu noted, reviewing the file. "Quirk registered as spatial manipulation. His scores are already approaching the record." "There's something unusual about his energy application," Eraserhead observed, eyes narrowed. "It doesn't follow conventional quirk patterns." Their discussion was interrupted by the appearance of the zero-pointer in ground beta, a massive robot that towered over buildings, designed to be an obstacle rather than a target. Izuku looked up at the approaching behemoth with mild interest. All around him, examinees fled in panic. He was about to teleport to a new location when he noticed Uraraka trapped under debris directly in the zero-pointer's path. "Well, that's problematic," he remarked, removing his sunglasses. In the observation room, the faculty leaned forward as Midoriya's eyes gleamed with blue light. Instead of running toward Uraraka, Izuku brought his hands together in a circular motion. Blue energy swirled in his left palm, red in his right. As he brought them together, they merged into a vibrant purple sphere that hummed with power. "Hollow purple," he stated calmly. The beam that shot from his hands wasn't large, barely a meter in diameter, but when it struck the zero-pointer, the effect was cataclysmic. The robot didn't simply explode or collapse. A perfect cylindrical section of it ceased to exist, erased from reality. The remaining portions of the massive machine toppled sideways, missing Uraraka completely. Silence fell across the testing ground. Even the distant sounds of battle seemed to pause momentarily. In the observation room, All Might's permanent smile faltered. What was that technique? It didn't destroy the robot, it erased it. Matter deletion, Nezu observed, fascination evident in his voice. Incredibly precise, too. He calculated exactly where to hit to ensure the debris wouldn't harm other examinees. Izuku calmly walked to Uraraka, manipulating the debris, trapping her with blue to lift it effortlessly. "Are you all right?" he asked, helping her up. "That was amazing!" she exclaimed, wincing slightly as she put weight on her ankle. "What kind of quirk was that?" "Just spatial manipulation," he replied with his usual cryptic smile, replacing his sunglasses. "Can you walk?" "I think I twisted my ankle," she admitted. Without hesitation, Izuku scooped her up, carrying her with ease. "The exit should be this way. The exam's nearly over anyway." As he carried her, other examinees stared in a mixture of awe and envy, not just at his display of power, but at the effortless confidence with which he handled everything. "I didn't even get many points," Uraraka lamented. "I was too focused on helping people trapped under debris." "Rescue operations are part of hero work," Izuku noted. "I'd be surprised if they didn't factor that into the scoring somehow." His prediction proved correct. When the acceptance letters arrived, both were admitted to UA's hero course, Izuku ranking first in the practical exam with a perfect score, having earned both villain and rescue points. The night before classes began, Izuku stood before his mirror, adjusting his new UA uniform. The prestigious high school didn't typically allow sunglasses, but he'd received special permission due to his light sensitivity, a convenient explanation for concealing his unusual eyes. "Class 1A, he murmured to himself. "Time to see what the hero course is really like." The first day at UA brought a series of new experiences. Izuku arrived early, observing his classmates as they filtered in. He recognized Bakugo immediately, as well as Uraraka, who waved enthusiastically. Others were new faces, a serious boy with glasses who introduced himself as Tenya Ida, a girl with a frog-like appearance, a boy with dual-colored hair who remained aloof in the corner. "You're the one who destroyed the zero-pointer with that purple beam." A red-haired boy named Eijiro Kirishima approached him. "That was seriously manly. What exactly is your quirk?" Before Izuku could respond, the classroom door slid open to reveal what appeared to be a yellow sleeping bag on the floor. From it emerged a disheveled man with long black hair and bloodshot eyes. "It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down," he stated flatly. "Time is a precious resource. Don't waste it." The man introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, before instructing everyone to change into gym clothes and meet at the training field. "A quirk assessment test on the first day?" Uraraka questioned as they gathered outside. "What about the entrance ceremony?" "Hero work doesn't wait for ceremonies," Aizawa explained dispassionately. "At UA, teachers have considerable freedom in how we run our classes." He turned to Izuku. "Midoriya, you finished first in the practical exam. What was your softball throw distance in middle school?" "Around 67 meters, Izuku replied, though in truth he'd never tried his hardest. "Try it with your quirk," Aizawa instructed, tossing him a ball. Izuku considered the ball thoughtfully, then looked toward the field. With a casual flick of his wrist, he activated red, launching the ball with repulsive force. It shot forward like a bullet, quickly disappearing from sight. Aizawa held up a device showing the reading. "T. Infinity?" someone gasped. "Not exactly," Izuku explained, replacing his sunglasses, which he'd briefly removed for the throw. "I just accelerated it beyond the device's measuring capability." "The ball is technically still accelerating," Aizawa noted, studying Izuku with increased interest. "Your quirk registration says spatial manipulation. That seems inadequate." "It's complicated," Izuku replied with a slight smile. The tests continued, with Izuku dominating every category through various applications of his abilities. For the grip strength test, he compressed space around the device, registering maximum possible readings. For the standing long jump, a small application of blue pulled him forward while red pushed from behind. The sidestep test became trivial when he simply teleported between points. Throughout it all, Aizawa watched him with growing suspicion. During the endurance running test, he activated his erasure quirk, eyes glowing red as he stared directly at Izuku. "Keep running, Midoriya," he instructed. "I'm curious about something." Izuku felt the attempt to erase his abilities, a slight pressure against his 6 eyes, but the fundamental nature of his power resisted suppression. He continued running at the same pace, spatial manipulation still active around him. "Interesting," Aizawa murmured, releasing his quirk. "Your abilities aren't standard emitter or transformation type." "I've been told they're unusual," Izuku acknowledged. By the end of the assessment, Izuku had placed first in every category, with Bakugo seething in second place for most tests. When Aizawa announced that the expulsion threat had been a logical ruse, collective relief washed over the class, except for Izuku, who had seen through the deception from the beginning. As they walked back to the classroom, Bakugo confronted him in the hallway. "Don't think this means anything, Deku," he growled. "Those tests were made for simple quirks. In real combat, explosions have more practical use than your fancy spatial tricks." Izuku regarded him calmly. "We'll get to see that soon enough, I imagine." The next day brought basic hero training with none other than All Might himself, resplendent in his Silver Age costume. "Welcome to the most important class at UA High." The symbol of peace announced with his characteristic enthusiasm. "Hero Basic Training, the class that'll put you through all sorts of special training to mold you into heroes." He explained that day's activity, indoor battle training with students divided into hero and villain teams. As everyone changed into their hero costumes, excited chatter filled the locker room. Izuku's costume was deceptively simple, a sleek black bodysuit with subtle blue geometric patterns that glowed faintly when his powers activated. The most distinctive features were a high collar that covered his neck and a domino mask that complemented his ever-present sunglasses rather than replacing them. "Your costume looks so cool, Midoriya," Kirishima exclaimed. "Really professional." "Thanks," Izuku replied. "I wanted something practical that wouldn't restrict movement." When the lots were drawn for team assignments, Izuku found himself paired with Ochako Uraraka as the hero team against Bakugo and Ida as villains. "We're up against Bakugo," Uraraka noted nervously. "He seems really intense." "He is," Izuku confirmed, "but his quirk is straightforward. Powerful explosions generated from his palms using nitroglycerin-like sweat. Effective but predictable." "You've known him long?" she asked as they waited for their turn. "Since childhood, he's always been competitive." When their match began, Izuku and Uraraka approached the building cautiously. "Ida will likely stay with the weapon," Izuku analyzed. "Bakugo will come looking for us, for me specifically." "Why you?" "Old rivalry. I suggest we—" He stopped mid-sentence, sensing approaching energy. "Move left. Now." Uraraka barely had time to dodge before Bakugo burst through a corner and leading with an explosion. "Deku!" he roared. "Stop hiding behind your barrier and fight me properly." Izuku sighed, removing his sunglasses. "Uraraka, proceed to the objective. I'll handle Bakugo." "Are you sure?" she asked, concerned by the fury in Bakugo's eyes. "Absolutely. This won't take long." As Uraraka departed, Izuku turned to face his childhood rival. "You should have coordinated with Ida instead of charging in alone." "Shut up! I don't need advice from you." Bakugo launched forward with his explosive propulsion, gauntlets primed. "Let's see your barrier handle this." He released a massive explosion directly at Izuku, who didn't move. The blast washed harmlessly around him, dispersing against infinity. "That's not going to work, Kachan," Izuku stated calmly. "It never has." "Then take down your barrier and fight fair. Being untouchable is part of my quirk. Would you fight without your explosions?" Bakugo roared in frustration, launching another barrage that proved equally ineffective. Throughout the exchange, Izuku remained motionless, not even attempting to counterattack. "Why won't you fight back?" Bakugo demanded. "Because this exercise is about securing the objective, not indulging personal vendettas," Izuku replied. "While you're focused on me, Uraraka is approaching the weapon." Bakugo's eyes widened in realization just as Izuku's communicator activated with Uraraka's voice. "I've reached the room with the weapon, but Ida's guarding it closely." "I'll be right there," Izuku replied before addressing Bakugo. "This was informative, but I have an objective to complete." Before Bakugo could respond, Izuku vanished, teleporting directly to Uraraka's location on the building's top floor. He appeared beside her as she crouched behind a pillar, observing Ida patrolling around the weapon. His speed makes direct approach difficult, Izuku noted. But I have a solution. He placed a hand on Uraraka's shoulder. When I give the signal, use your quirk on yourself and jump toward the weapon. I'll handle Ida. Stepping into view, Izuku called out, Ida, impressive guard duty. Midoriya, Ida exclaimed, immediately adopting a defensive stance. I knew you'd arrive eventually, but your teleportation has a limitation. You need clear line of sight to your destination. An astute observation, Izuku acknowledged, but there's more to my abilities than teleportation. He extended both hands, activating blue with his left and red with his right. The opposing forces created a spatial distortion that caught Ida in the middle, effectively immobilizing him as gravity pulled and pushed him simultaneously. Now Uraraka, Izuku called. Ochako activated her zero gravity on herself, leaping toward the weapon with newfound lightness. Ida struggled against the spatial binding but couldn't break free in time to intercept her. The moment her fingers touched the weapon, All Might's voice boomed through the speakers. Hero team wins! In the monitoring room, the other students watched in amazement. Did you see that? Kaminari exclaimed. He didn't even need to move to stop Ida. Such precise quirk control, Yaoyorozu observed. He created a perfect gravity well. All Might studied the monitor thoughtfully. There was something about Midoriya's abilities that reminded him of rare, exceptionally powerful quirks he'd encountered during his career, quirks that defied conventional classification. When they returned to the monitoring room, All Might announced the match MVP, Young Uraraka! While Midoriya's abilities were certainly impressive, Uraraka showed excellent adaptability and focus on the objective. Izuku nodded in agreement, genuinely pleased by his partner's recognition. As the next teams prepared for their matches, Bakugo stood in the corner, uncharacteristically quiet, his mind replaying his one-sided confrontation with Izuku. The following days established a routine at UA with classes ranging from standard academics to specialized hero training. Izuku excelled effortlessly in every subject, his six eyes allowing him to process information at accelerated rates. He became a natural reference point for classmates struggling with complex material, explaining difficult concepts with surprising clarity. Then came the day of the unforeseen simulation joint exercise, what should have been a standard rescue training session with the Space Hero 13. As Class 1A boarded the bus, excitement filled the air. Izuku sat quietly, observing his classmates' interactions with mild interest. Beside him, Tsuyuasui tilted her head curiously. I've been meaning to ask, Midoriya, she began with her characteristic directness. Your quirk seems incredibly powerful. Are there any limitations to it? The bus fell quiet, other students clearly interested in the answer. Every quirk has limitations, Izuku replied diplomatically. Mine requires precise calculation and control. But that barrier thing that blocks attacks, Kirishima pressed, it seems like it's always active. Do you have to concentrate to maintain it? It's passive, Izuku explained. Like breathing, I can strengthen or relax it as needed, but the basic protection is automatic. That's so unfair, Kaminari groaned good-naturedly. Perfect defense in those crazy gravity attacks. It's more complicated than it looks, Izuku assured him, though the easy confidence in his voice suggested otherwise. When they arrived at the USJ facility, 13 greeted them with an introduction to the various disaster zones designed for rescue training. As the space hero began explaining the importance of quirk control for rescue operations, Izuku felt a subtle disturbance in the spatial fabric near the central plaza. He removed his sunglasses, six eyes activating to their full capacity. Near the fountain, space itself seemed to warp as a dark portal materialized. Everyone stop, he called out suddenly, interrupting 13. Something's coming. Aizawa turned sharply. What do you mean, Midoriya? A warp gate. Center of the facility, multiple energy signatures emerging. Before anyone could question further, the black mist expanded and figures began stepping through, dozens of them, led by a pale man covered in disembodied hands. Those are villains, Aizawa confirmed, pulling his capture scarf tight. 13, protect the students. I'll handle this. Wait, Izuku stepped forward, eyes glowing intensely as he analyzed the emerging threats. That's not a random attack. They came prepared, including something designed to counter All Might. Indeed, behind the hand-covered leader lumbered a massive, bird-headed creature with exposed brain and bulging muscles. "How do you know that?" Aizawa demanded. "I can see its energy structure," Izuku explained calmly. "Multiple quirks artificially combined. It's an anti-symbol of peace weapon." Aizawa's expression hardened. "All the more reason for you students to evacuate. This isn't a training exercise anymore." As 13 began ushering students toward the exit, the Warp Gate villain materialized directly in their path. "Greetings," the misty figure intoned. "We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today we've come to UA High School, this bastion of heroism, to end the symbol of peace, All Might." Before 13 could activate their quirk, Izuku stepped forward. "That mist body is just a projection. Your real form is suspended in the center. The metal collar is your anchor point." The warp villain's yellow eyes widened. "How could you possibly?" "Blue," Izuku stated, simply extending his hand. The villain's mist form suddenly contracted, pulled inexorably toward Izuku's palm. A metal brace with glowing eyes became visible at the center of the collapsing mist. "Impressive analysis, young man," the villain struggled to speak as his form compressed. "But you're underestimating our preparation." With a surge of power, the warp villain expanded outward explosively, enveloping the entire group of students. Izuku maintained his hold on the villain's core, but the surrounding mist separated, creating multiple portals that swallowed his classmates before he could react. When the mist cleared, only Izuku, 13, and Ida remained at the entrance. "He's scattered everyone across the facility," 13 realized with alarm. "Ida," Izuku called out, maintaining his grip on the partially compressed warp villain. "You're the fastest. Run to campus and alert the faculty. I'll handle things here." "But the villain is contained," Izuku finished, demonstrating by further compressing the misty form. "Go now." As Ida reluctantly departed, using his engine quirk to sprint toward the exit, Izuku turned to 13. "The central plaza is where their leader and the artificial human are waiting." Aizawa-sensei went there alone. "We should focus on finding the other students," 13 countered. "I can track their energy signatures," Izuku assured her. "But that artificial human, the Nomu, as they're calling it, is designed to kill All Might. Aizawa's erasure won't work against physical enhancement quirks." While they debated their next move, Izuku maintained his compression hold on Kurogiri. The warp villains struggled futilely against the gravitational force. "Your quirk is quite troublesome," Kurogiri admitted. "Shigaraki didn't account for someone with your level of spatial awareness." "A common oversight," Izuku replied casually. "Now, tell me more about this operation. Why attack now when All Might isn't even here?" "Our intelligence indicated he would be," Kurogiri responded. "Though I must say, your abilities might prove equally interesting to my colleague." A sudden explosion from the central plaza interrupted their conversation. Through his enhanced vision, Izuku saw Aizawa being overpowered by the Nomu, his arm grotesquely broken. 13, secure this one, Izuku instructed, creating a spatial binding around Kurogiri before releasing his direct control. "I need to help Aizawa-sensei." "Midoriya, wait," 13 called, but Izuku had already teleported directly to the central plaza. He arrived to find Aizawa pinned beneath the Nomu, his face being smashed into the concrete. Nearby stood the hand-covered villain, scratching his neck nervously. "Who's this?" "A student," the villain questioned. "Kurogiri should have warped you away." "Your warp gate is temporarily out of commission," Izuku informed him, removing his sunglasses deliberately. "You must be the leader. Shigaraki, was it?" The villain's scratching intensified. "You're an interesting one. Those eyes, they see too much. Nomu, kill him." The artificial human released Aizawa, charging toward Izuku with frightening speed. To the villain's shock, it stopped abruptly an inch from Izuku's face, its punch frozen in place. "Infinity," Izuku explained, not moving. "Nothing touches me unless I allow it." "Physical attacks don't work?" What's Shigaraki muttered. "Nomu has shock absorption and super regeneration. What about your barrier?" The Nomu began pounding relentlessly against the invisible shield, each blow creating shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath Izuku's feet while he remained untouched. "This is becoming tedious," Izuku sighed after several seconds. "Let me show you something more interesting." He brought his hands together, azure energy swirling between his palms. Lapse blue. The air around the Nomu distorted as gravitational force increased exponentially. The creature's movements slowed as its massive body was compressed from all directions, concrete cracking beneath its feet as it sank into the ground. Reversal red, Izuku continued, switching techniques. The compression suddenly inverted, and the Nomu was thrown violently backward, crashing through several concrete pillars before embedding in the wall. Shigaraki stopped scratching, his full attention now on Izuku. What kind of quirk is that? It's not just spatial manipulation. You're right, Izuku acknowledged. It's called Limitless, the ability to manipulate infinity itself. The Nomu extracted itself from the wall, regenerating damaged tissue as it charged again. This time, Izuku didn't simply defend. He extended both hands, combining techniques. Hollow purple. The violet beam that erupted between his palms struck the Nomu directly in its exposed brain. Unlike his previous controlled demonstration at the entrance exam, this time Izuku didn't hold back. The upper half of the artificial human simply ceased to exist, erased from reality. The remaining lower portion toppled forward, twitching. Shigaraki froze, red eyes widening behind the hand covering his face. That's impossible. Nomu was engineered to fight All Might at 100%. And yet, Izuku gestured to the half-erased creature, clearly inadequate. For the first time, genuine fear showed in Shigaraki's posture. He took a step backward, scratching intensifying. "What are you?" "Just a hero in training," Izuku replied, adjusting his gloves. "Now, about your surrender." Before he could finish, the USJ entrance burst open as All Might arrived, followed closely by other UA faculty members. "Have no fear, for I am." All Might's booming entrance faltered as he took in the scene. Izuku standing calmly beside the decimated Nomu, Shigaraki frozen in apparent shock, and Aizawa being tended to by recently arrived students. "Young Midoriya?" All Might questioned, surprised to find a student at the confrontation center. Izuku nodded in greeting. "Perfect timing, All Might. I was just explaining to Shigaraki why his plan was flawed from the beginning." Seeing the pro hero's arrival, Shigaraki erupted in frustrated rage. "It's a game over then. We'll try again later." He reached for the fallen Kurogiri, who had managed to partially reconstitute his warp ability. "I don't think so," Izuku stated, extending his hand. But before he could capture them, a warp gate opened beneath the villains, and they vanished. In the aftermath, as medical teams tended to the injured, Principal Nezu approached Izuku directly. "Mr. Midoriya, I'd like a complete account of what transpired here, particularly regarding your confrontation with the artificial human." Izuku provided a concise explanation, downplaying certain aspects of his abilities, while emphasizing the analytical components that had allowed him to identify the Nomu's weaknesses. "Your quirk registry lists spatial manipulation," Nezu noted, "yet what you demonstrated goes well beyond that classification." "The registry has limitations," Izuku acknowledged. "My abilities have always been difficult to categorize." "Indeed." Nezu's intelligent eyes studied him carefully. "We'll need to update your records accordingly." "What did you call it? Limitless?" "That's one aspect of it," Izuku confirmed, replacing his sunglasses, along with the 6 eyes that allow me to perceive spatial energy. Later, as Class 1A regrouped, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates eager to hear about his confrontation with the villains. "Dude, you actually fought that brain monster?" Kaminari asked incredulously. "And won," Kirishima added. "That's seriously manly." Izuku accepted their admiration with casual modesty, but noticed Todoroki watching him with intense calculation and Bakugo seething in uncharacteristic silence. That evening, as Izuku walked home, he sensed a familiar presence following him. Without turning, he called out, "All Might, if you want to talk, you don't need to shadow me." The symbol of peace emerged from a side street, his gaunt, true form a stark contrast to his heroic appearance. "Impressive awareness, young Midoriya. Few can detect me when I'm being cautious." "My eyes see more than most," Izuku explained simply. "About that," All Might began, falling into step beside him. "Your performance today was beyond what any first-year student should be capable of. You defeated a creature specifically engineered to kill me." "It was powerful but predictable," Izuku replied. "Multiple quirks forced to coexist in a single body creates exploitable weaknesses." "You erased half its body from existence," All Might stated flatly. "That level of power concerns you," Izuku finished for him. "Intrigues me," All Might corrected. "I've seen many powerful quirks in my career, young Midoriya, but yours functions differently. It reminds me of certain primordial abilities that predate the modern quirk era. Izuku's steps faltered slightly, the first sign of genuine surprise he'd shown. "You know about that? There are legends," All Might said carefully, "of powers that worked on different principles than quirks. Cursed techniques, some called them. Most believe they died out generations ago or evolved into modern quirks. Yet here we are," Izuku noted. "Indeed." All Might studied him with new understanding. "Your power awakened at birth, didn't it? Not at age 4 like standard quirks." Izuku nodded. "The doctors couldn't explain it. Neither could my parents." "Because it's not exactly a quirk," All Might suggested. "At least not as we currently define them." They walked in silence for several moments before All Might spoke again. "Whatever its origin, your power comes with great responsibility. Today, you saved lives with it. I hope you'll continue on that path." "I intend to become the strongest hero," Izuku stated with absolute certainty. "Someone who can protect everyone." All Might smiled faintly. "With abilities like yours, I have no doubt you'll achieve that goal. Just remember that true strength isn't only about power, it's about how you use it." As All Might departed, Izuku continued homeward, contemplating their conversation. The symbol of peace knew more than he'd initially revealed, about the nature of his abilities, about their ancient origins. That was information worth exploring further. In the days following the USJ incident, UA implemented enhanced security measures while preparing for the next major event, the sports festival. For most students, this represented their best opportunity to gain attention from pro-hero agencies. For Izuku, whose actions against the League of Villains had already garnered significant notice, it was simply another stage to demonstrate his abilities. The morning of the festival, Izuku arrived to find Class 1A's waiting room buzzing with nervous energy. "Midoriya," Kirishima greeted him enthusiastically. "Ready to show off those crazy powers to the whole country?" "I suppose," Izuku replied with casual confidence, adjusting his sunglasses. "You suppose?" Bakugo scoffed from nearby. "Don't act like you're not planning to dominate everything, Deku." Before Izuku could respond, Todoroki approached, his mismatched eyes focused intently. "Midoriya, a word?" The room quieted as Todoroki led Izuku slightly apart from the others. "During the USJ incident, you defeated a creature designed to kill All Might," Todoroki stated without preamble. "Your power exceeds normal parameters, even for someone with an exceptional quirk." "Your point being?" Izuku asked, maintaining his relaxed posture. "Are you All Might's secret child?" The question was so unexpected that Izuku actually laughed, a genuine reaction that surprised even his classmates, who rarely saw him display strong emotion. "No," he answered honestly. "My abilities have nothing to do with All Might." "Then what are you?" Todoroki pressed. "Because I intend to defeat you today using only my right side, to prove I don't need my father's power." Izuku studied him thoughtfully. "That's a bold declaration, but artificially limiting yourself seems counterproductive." "It's my choice," Todoroki stated firmly. "Indeed it is." Izuku replaced his sunglasses. "I look forward to our match. Should we face each other?" As Todoroki walked away, Izuku noticed several classmates watching the exchange with curious expressions. The dual quirk user's challenge had been clear, and Izuku had neither accepted nor dismissed it, a response that seemed to intrigue them further. When Present Mike's voice announced for all first-year students to assemble at the stadium entrance, Class 1A moved as a unit, determined to showcase their abilities after surviving the villain attack. And now, entering the stadium, the students who withstood a villain attack with their steely resolve. The Department of Heroics, Class 1A. The roar of the crowd was deafening as they entered the massive arena. Tens of thousands of spectators filled the stands, including pro-heroes scouting for potential interns. "That's a lot of people," Uraraka murmured nervously. "Focus on the competition, not the audience," Izuku advised, appearing completely unfazed by the attention. After all classes had assembled, Midnight took the stage as the chief referee, calling for the student representative, the highest scorer from the entrance exam, to deliver the athlete's oath. "That would be Midoriya from Class 1A, she announced. Whispers rippled through the crowd as Izuku approached the microphone. Many in the audience recognized him from news reports about the USJ incident, where amateur footage had captured glimpses of his confrontation with the Nomu. Standing before the assembled students, Izuku removed his sunglasses, revealing his striking blue eyes. "The oath is simple," he stated, his calm voice carrying effortlessly. "Plus ultra. Let's each demonstrate what that truly means today." With that brief statement, he returned to his position, ignoring the murmurs of surprise at his conciseness. Well, that was efficiently stated. Midnight recovered quickly. Now let's proceed to our first event, the obstacle race. As students gathered at the starting line, Izuku noted Todoroki positioning himself at the front, while Bakugo pushed forward with characteristic aggression. Rather than jostling for position, Izuku remained relaxed in the middle of the pack. The moment Midnight signaled the start, predictable chaos ensued. The narrow exit tunnel created an immediate bottleneck as students pushed and shoved. Todoroki acted first, freezing the ground to immobilize competitors while propelling himself forward. Izuku simply teleported past the entire congestion, reappearing at the tunnel's exit just as Todoroki emerged. "Spatial manipulation has its advantages," he commented as he casually fell into step beside the surprised Todoroki. "Teleportation is cheating," Todoroki muttered, and this sending another ice wave backward to slow pursuing students. "Creative quirk application is the point of this exercise," Izuku countered. Speaking of which, he pointed ahead where the first obstacle loomed, a field of massive robots, including several zero-pointers from the entrance exam. Todoroki didn't hesitate, unleashing a massive ice attack that froze one's one zero-pointer in place before running beneath it. Izuku observed with mild interest as other students began employing their quirks in various ways to navigate the mechanical obstacle. "Might as well make this interesting," he decided aloud. Instead of teleporting past or destroying the robots, Izuku approached directly. As a zero-pointer detected him and swung downward, he activated blue, creating a gravitational well that pulled the massive machine off balance. Simultaneously, he used red to propel himself upward, landing gracefully atop the robot's head. And what's this? Midoriya has decided to ride one of the zero-pointers like a personal mount. Present Mike's commentary echoed through the stadium. Talk about style points. Using precise applications of blue and red, Izuku directed the robot forward, smashing through smaller obstacles while maintaining perfect balance atop it. The spectacle drew gasps and cheers from the crowd as he overtook Todoroki, who had established an early lead. That's one way to handle the obstacles. Turn them into transportation. When they reached the second obstacle, a canyon traversed by tight ropes, Izuku finally abandoned his mechanical mount, launching himself forward with red while disassembling the robot behind him with precise gravitational control to prevent debris from hindering other competitors. He crossed the canyon in a single bound, landing gracefully on the other side just as Todoroki entered the area. Without pausing, Izuku continued to the final obstacle, the minefield. Here, he slowed deliberately, observing as Todoroki and now Bakugo caught up, both using their quirks to navigate the field without triggering explosives. Rather than teleporting ahead, Izuku decided on a more dramatic approach. "Reversal red," he murmured, directing the technique downward. The repulsive force launched him skyward, high above the minefield. At the apex of his ascent, he shifted to blue, pulling himself forward while controlling his trajectory with precision. He soared over the entire field, landing just before the exit tunnel. A bit showy, but undeniably effective. Midoriya takes the lead. From there, it was a simple sprint to the finish line, which Izuku crossed comfortably ahead of Todoroki and Bakugo, who emerged from the tunnel seconds later, engaged in their own fierce competition for second place. And the winner of the obstacle race is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. As the stadium erupted in cheers, Izuku calmly replaced his sunglasses, observing the frustrated expressions on his closest competitors' faces. Neither Todoroki nor Bakugo appreciated being outdone so thoroughly, particularly when Izuku had clearly been holding back for entertainment value. The top 42 finishers advanced to the second event, the cavalry battle. When Midnight explained the point allocation with first place worth 10 million points, all eyes turned to Izuku. "It seems I'll be the primary target," he noted with amusement rather than concern. As students scrambled to form teams, several approached Izuku, interested in allying with his overwhelming power despite the target it would place on them. "Midoriya, team up with me." Uraraka was the first to reach him. "Your defense and my zero gravity would be unbeatable." Before he could respond, Hatsume Mei from the support department inserted herself into the conversation, showcasing various babies from her inventory that might complement his abilities. After considering the options, Izuku formed a team with Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Hatsume, combining gravity manipulation, dark shadow defense, and support equipment with his own spatial abilities. Our strategy is simple, he explained to his teammates. They'll all come for our headband, but nothing can penetrate infinity. Uraraka will reduce our weight, Tokoyami provides additional offense, and Hatsume's equipment gives us mobility options. So we just defend the whole time? Uraraka questioned. For the first half, Izuku clarified with a slight smile. Then we go hunting. When the cavalry battle began, the scenario played out exactly as predicted. Multiple teams immediately targeted Izuku's group, with Todoroki and Bakugo leading separate offensives. Dark Shadow, defend rear, Tokoyami commanded as Bakugo launched an aerial assault. Don't bother, Izuku advised calmly. Infinity is active around all of us. Indeed, Bakugo's explosion washed harmlessly around their formation, unable to reach the headbands. Likewise, Todoroki's ice attacks simply stopped before making contact. This is unprecedented. Team Midoriya has established an impenetrable defense. For the first half of the event, they simply maintained position, conserving energy while other teams exhausted themselves in futile attacks. Occasionally, Izuku would activate blue or red to reposition when teams attempted more creative approaches, but otherwise remained passive. Now, he finally announced to his team as the clock passed the halfway mark. Time to collect. With Uraraka's quirk reducing their weight and Hatsume's equipment providing thrust, their formation suddenly accelerated with shocking speed. Izuku directed precise blue pulls to snatch headbands from unprepared teams, while Tokoyami's Dark Shadow extended their reach further. Team Midoriya is on the move, from perfect defense to perfect offense. By the time the event concluded, they had accumulated an overwhelming point total, securing first place by a substantial margin. Todoroki's team placed second, while Bakugo's managed third, despite his obvious frustration. As they prepared for the tournament portion of the festival, Izuku found himself approached by Todoroki once again. You weren't serious during either event, Todoroki stated flatly. You held back considerably. The preliminary events are about qualification, not domination, Izuku replied. The tournament is where things get interesting. You won't find me so easy defeat, Todoroki warned. I've been watching your techniques carefully. Izuku smiled slightly. I look forward to seeing what you've learned. The tournament bracket placed Izuku against Shinso from General Studies in the first round, Todoroki against Sero, and Bakugo against Uraraka, among other matchups. Before his match, Izuku was approached by Ojiro, who warned him about Shinso's brainwashing quirk that activated when someone responded to his questions. Interesting, Izuku noted. Thank you for the information. When Izuku stepped onto the tournament stage, the crowd's reaction was noticeably enthusiastic. His performance in the previous events, combined with rumors about his role in the USJ incident, had made him something of a festival favorite. Don't blink, folks. From the hero course, it's the untouchable Izuku Midoriya. And from General Studies, the dark horse Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso regarded Izuku with calculated intensity. So you're the elite from the hero course. Must be nice having such a perfect quirk handed to you. Izuku merely smiled, removing his sunglasses but remaining silent. What's wrong? Too good to talk to someone from General Studies? Shinso pressed, trying to provoke a response. Instead of speaking, Izuku simply pointed to his ears and then to his eyes, indicating he was listening but would communicate visually rather than verbally. Shinso's expression darkened. Someone warned you. Fine then. When midnight signaled the start, Shinso charged forward in a direct attack, hoping to force Izuku to speak out of surprise. Instead, Izuku sidestepped with casual grace, avoiding contact entirely. For nearly a minute, this pattern continued, Shinso attacking with increasing frustration while Izuku evaded effortlessly without ever triggering Infinity's automatic defense. Fight back properly, Shinso finally shouted in frustration. Izuku held up one finger in a wait gesture, then pointed to the boundary line just behind Shinso. What are you? Shinso began, before realizing he had been subtly maneuvered to the edge of the ring. With a simple application of blue, Izuku created a gentle gravitational pull that forced Shinso to step backward out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances without ever using his barrier or attacking directly. As they left the stage, Izuku finally spoke. Your quirk has great potential for heroism. Don't give up on the hero course. Shinso stared at him in surprise. Why tell me that now? Because you deserve to hear it, Izuku replied simply before walking away. The tournament progressed with Todoroki freezing Sero instantly in an excessive display of power, Bakugo defeating Uraraka after a surprisingly difficult battle, and other matches showcasing various quirks and strategies. When Izuku faced Tokoyami in the quarterfinals, he approached with respectful recognition of his former teammates' abilities. Dark Shadow is powerful, but it has weaknesses to light and direct force, Izuku noted as they took positions. I'm aware, Tokoyami acknowledged, but knowledge of a weakness doesn't make it easy to exploit. When the match began, Tokoyami immediately sent Dark Shadow in a wide sweeping attack. Izuku allowed it to impact his infinity barrier, studying how the quirk entity reacted to the spatial distortion. Interesting, he commented. Your Dark Shadow is partially energy-based. It exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Your analysis won't help you, Tokoyami responded, directing another attack. This time, instead of letting Infinity block it, Izuku applied Blue precisely, creating a gravitational well that pulled Dark Shadow off course, stretching it uncomfortably. What's this? Midoriya is manipulating Dark Shadow's trajectory. Tokoyami struggled to maintain control as his quirk was drawn into Izuku's gravitational field. Dark Shadow, retreat. Too late, Izuku stated calmly, switching to red. The repulsive force blasted through Dark Shadow, temporarily dispersing its form and creating an opening. Izuku teleported directly to Tokoyami, appearing behind him. Checkmate, he stated, placing a hand on Tokoyami's shoulder. A minimal application of blue caused Tokoyami to lose balance, toppling forward. Out of bounds, Midnight declared. Midoriya advances! In the semifinals, Izuku found himself facing Bakugo, who had fought his way through the bracket with increasing ferocity. Finally, Bakugo growled as they took their positions. No more running or avoiding. Fight me seriously, Deku. If that's what you want, Izuku agreed, removing his sunglasses deliberately. The moment Midnight signaled the start, Bakugo launched forward with an explosive acceleration that surpassed his previous speeds. His improved technique was evident. He had been saving his best movements for this match. Howitzer impact! He roared, releasing his most powerful explosion directly at Izuku. The blast was magnificent, a spiraling inferno that momentarily blinded spectators and shook the stadium. When the smoke cleared, Izuku stood untouched at the epicenter, Infinity having neutralized the attack completely. That was impressive, Kachan, he acknowledged genuinely. Your technique has improved significantly. Don't patronize me, Bakugo screamed, launching another barrage. For nearly 2 minutes, Izuku allowed Bakugo to exhaust his arsenal, studying his improved techniques with analytical interest while Infinity negated every attack. Finally, when Bakugo paused, breathing heavily from exertion, Izuku spoke. You wanted me to fight seriously, he stated, eyes glowing. Very well. For the first time in the tournament, Izuku took the offensive. He teleported directly before Bakugo, who instinctively released an explosion, only to have Izuku disperse it with precise spatial control. Blue, Izuku stated, creating not a single point of attraction but a field of varying gravitational forces around Bakugo. The explosive student found himself unable to move properly as gravity shifted unpredictably around him, throwing off his balance and trajectory control. What the hell is this? He demanded, struggling against the spatial distortion. A technique I developed specifically for mobility-type opponents, Izuku explained. I call it gravitational prison. Despite his disadvantage, Bakugo refused to surrender, firing explosions in all directions to try breaking free of the gravitational field. Some explosions curved back toward him, others dissipated harmlessly, but none reached Izuku. You've always been impressive, Kachan, Izuku acknowledged as he gradually increased the pressure. Your determination is genuine. I don't need your approval, Bakugo snarled, even as he was forced slowly to his knees by the increasing pressure. No, you don't, Izuku agreed, but you have it nonetheless. With a final surge of power, Bakugo collapsed to the ground, pinned by overwhelming gravitational force, until Midnight declared him unable to continue. As the pressure released, Bakugo remained on his knees, trembling with frustrated rage. Izuku approached and extended a hand. "Get away from me," Bakugo growled. "I don't need your help." "As you wish," Izuku responded, respecting his pride enough to withdraw without insistence. The final match, Izuku versus Todoroki, was the most anticipated of the tournament. Todoroki had defeated Ida in the semifinals using only his ice quirk, maintaining his self-imposed limitation despite increasing difficulty. As they faced each other on the stage, the stadium fell unusually quiet, sensing the significance of the confrontation. "Midoriya," Todoroki began, "I will defeat you without using my left side." Izuku studied him thoughtfully. "That's a severe handicap against someone like me." "It's my choice," Todoroki insisted. "Is it?" Izuku questioned. "Or is it your father's influence making that choice for you?" Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. "What do you mean?" "By refusing to use your fire, you're not rejecting your father, you're allowing him to continue controlling your actions," Izuku explained. "True rebellion would be using your complete power for your own purposes, not his." "You don't understand my situation?" Todoroki replied coldly. "Begin," Midnight announced, interrupting their exchange. Todoroki immediately unleashed a massive ice attack larger than any he'd displayed previously. The glacier rushed toward Izuku, who remained motionless as it surrounded him completely, only to stop a hair's breadth from his body, unable to penetrate infinity. "Your ice is impressive," Izuku acknowledged, walking forward through the frozen structure as if it were air. "But as you've observed, physical attacks can't reach me." Todoroki created another ice wave, then another, each more massive than the last. Izuku allowed them all to crash harmlessly against his barrier. "You're exhausting yourself," he noted as frost began forming on Todoroki's right side. "Your body temperature is dropping dangerously." "I don't need your concern," Todoroki replied through chattering teeth. "It's not concern, it's observation. Your quirk has a clear physiological limitation that you're choosing to ignore for ideological reasons." As Todoroki prepared another attack, Izuku teleported directly before him. "Let me show you something." Before Todoroki could react, Izuku placed a finger on his forehead, one of the rare instances where he deactivated infinity to allow physical contact. "Unlimited void," he stated quietly. The world around Todoroki instantly transformed. He found himself floating in an infinite expanse of abstract geometric patterns and shifting colors. Information flooded his consciousness. Memories of his mother's gentle touch, his siblings' concern, moments of beauty and warmth that had been overshadowed by his father's abuse. "This is domain expansion," Izuku's voice explained from everywhere and nowhere. "I'm showing you the infinite possibilities that exist when you stop allowing others to limit you." The experience lasted only seconds in real time, but for Todoroki, it seemed to stretch much longer. When reality reasserted itself, he staggered backward, overwhelmed. What was that?" he gasped. "A glimpse of infinity," Izuku replied simply. "Now show me your true power, Todoroki, not half of it. All of it." Something shifted in Todoroki's mismatched eyes. The ice covering his right side began to melt as flames erupted from his left. "Yes," Izuku encouraged. "That's it." For the first time in years, Todoroki unleashed his full quirk, ice and fire in perfect balance. The spectacle was breathtaking, drawing gasps from the crowd as temperature extremes created beautiful steam patterns throughout the arena. Izuku smiled genuinely. "Now we can have a proper match." What followed was less a battle and more a dance of elements against space. Todoroki's combined attacks created complex thermal reactions that tested the limits of Izuku's spatial control. Though infinity still protected him from direct harm, the environmental effects, superheated steam, flash-frozen air pockets, pressure differentials, required increasingly sophisticated manipulations to navigate. "You're the first opponent who's made me use continuous active calculation," Izuku acknowledged as he redirected a particularly clever fire-ice combination. After several minutes of spectacular quirk display, Todoroki finally exhausted his stamina, dropping to one knee but smiling with genuine satisfaction. "Thank you," he said simply. Izuku approached, deactivating infinity to offer his hand. "The victory is mine, but the breakthrough was yours." Todoroki accepted the gesture, rising to his feet as Midnight declared Izuku the tournament champion. The award ceremony that followed featured All Might presenting medals to the top 3 finishers. Izuku in first, Todoroki in second, and Bakugo, who had defeated Ida in the third-place match, reluctantly accepting bronze. Young Midoriya, All Might announced, placing the gold medal around his neck. Your performance today was nothing short of extraordinary. Thank you, All Might, Izuku replied, accepting the medal with graceful humility. As the ceremony concluded, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates offering congratulations and reporters seeking interviews. Through it all, he maintained his composed demeanor, deflecting excessive praise while acknowledging the talents of his competitors. That evening, as he prepared to leave the stadium, he received a message summoning him to Principal Nezu's office. There, he found not only the principal but also several pro-heroes, including Eraserhead and All Might. Mr. Midoriya, Nezu began, your performance today has generated unprecedented interest from hero agencies. In fact, we've received more internship offers for you than for any previous first-year student in UA history, including several from the top 10 heroes, All Might added. It seems your demonstration at the USJ combined with today's tournament has captured significant attention. Izuku accepted this information with a thoughtful nod. I assume you didn't call me here simply to tell me about internship offers. Perceptive as always, Nezu acknowledged. We're also concerned about potential unwanted attention, specifically from the League of Villains and their mysterious allies. The artificial human at the USJ, Izuku noted. You believe they'll create more? It's likely, Eraserhead confirmed, and after witnessing your power, they may specifically target you in future operations. Which brings us to the matter of your internship placement, Nezu continued. We believe it would be prudent for you to train under someone capable of helping you further develop your unique abilities while providing adequate security. You have someone in mind, Izuku observed. Gran Torino, All Might stated. My former teacher. He's retired from public hero work but has agreed to take you on after watching today's broadcast. He's one of the few heroes with experience handling exceptionally powerful quirks, Nezu added, and his facility is equipped with specialized training equipment. Izuku considered this information. I'm interested. When do I meet him? The internship week began with Class 1A receiving their placements. While classmates excitedly compared assignments, Todoroki with his father's agency, Uraraka with Gunhead, Bakugo with Best Jeanist, Izuku's unusual placement with the virtually unknown Gran Torino raised curious questions. Who's Gran Torino? Kirishima asked when Izuku mentioned his assignment. A retired pro who once taught at UA briefly, Izuku explained. Apparently he specifically requested me. When Izuku arrived at Gran Torino's residence, he found what appeared to be a crime scene, an elderly man lying face down in a puddle of red liquid. His 6 eyes immediately analyzed the substance. Tomato sauce, he noted aloud, and your vitals are perfectly normal. Interesting introduction technique. The small elderly man instantly sprang to his feet with surprising agility. Oh, not easily fooled, are you? My eyes see more than most, Izuku explained, removing his sunglasses. Gran Torino studied him intently. 6 eyes. That's what Nezu called them. Ancient power, not a modern quirk. Show me what else you can do, boy. Without warning, the elderly hero activated his jet quirk, bouncing around the room at incredible speed before launching a kick toward Izuku's head. The attack stopped against infinity, unable to penetrate. Automatic barrier, Gran Torino noted, landing gracefully. Effective but passive. What about active techniques? Over the next 3 days, Gran Torino pushed Izuku to demonstrate his full arsenal, blue, red, teleportation, and spatial manipulation in various combinations. Though Izuku was clearly more powerful, Gran Torino's experience and tactical mind proved valuable, identifying inefficiencies in technique application and suggesting refinements. Your power is overwhelming, the elderly hero acknowledged during a break, but you rely too heavily on brute force applications. Precision and timing can make even the smallest spatial distortion devastatingly effective. He demonstrated by using his jet quirk to launch a pencil with such perfect timing and angle that it penetrated a steel training dummy. I see, Izuku acknowledged, genuinely impressed. Energy efficiency through optimal application. On the 4th day, their training was interrupted by breaking news. The hero killer Stain had claimed another victim in Hosu City. The notorious vigilante had been targeting what he deemed false heroes, leaving a trail of disabled or dead pros across several cities. Interesting ideology, Izuku commented as they watched the report. Flawed execution. You find his philosophy compelling? Gran Torino asked sharply. Not his methods, Izuku clarified, but his core observation that hero society has become commercialized isn't entirely wrong. Gran Torino studied him thoughtfully. With your power, you could easily impose your own vision of heroism. What stops you? Strength alone doesn't define a hero, Izuku replied. All Might understands that. It's why people trust him despite his overwhelming power. Their philosophical discussion was interrupted by an emergency alert. The League of Villains had launched an attack on Hosu City, releasing multiple Nomu creatures throughout the district. This is no coincidence, Gran Torino noted grimly. The hero killer and the League operating in the same area? I should help, Izuku stated, already donning his hero costume. This isn't an authorized work-study situation, Gran Torino warned. People are dying, Izuku replied, simply activating his 6 eyes to scan the city's energy signatures from a distance. I can detect several artificial energy patterns similar to the USJ Nomu, plus something else. A powerful quirk user moving at high speed through the alleyways. Stain, Gran Torino realized. Fine, but you follow my lead, understood? They arrived in Hosu to find chaos, buildings ablaze, civilians fleeing, and heroes engaged with multiple Nomu throughout the district. Gran Torino immediately joined the main battle while Izuku focused on the unusual energy signature he'd detected. Native, a pro hero, plus 2 UA students, he murmured, analyzing the distant energy patterns and something predatory circling them. He teleported directly to the alleyway scene, arriving to find a chilling tableau, Ida and Todoroki facing the hero killer Stain, who held a blood-stained blade over the paralyzed forms of Native, and a 3rd student. Midoriya? Todoroki exclaimed in surprise. Stain turned slowly, his reptilian eyes narrowing as he assessed the newcomer. Another child-playing hero? Izuku removed his sunglasses, 6 eyes glowing as he analyzed the villain. Blood-curdle quirk, paralysis induced through ingestion of victim's blood. Duration varies based on blood type. Fascinating. You see much, young one, Stain acknowledged, head tilting curiously. Why have you come? For fame? Money? Or something else? My classmates appear to be in danger, Izuku replied simply. That's reason enough. Stain's posture shifted subtly. A straightforward answer. Let's test your resolve. The hero killer moved with astonishing speed, blades flashing as he charged directly at Izuku. As expected, the weapon stopped against infinity, unable to draw blood. An impenetrable barrier, Stain observed, jumping backward. Interesting. Midoriya, Ida called out, voice strained. This is my fight, my brother. Is ingenium, Izuku completed, one of Stain's victims. I understand your motivation, Ida, but revenge clouds judgment. Stain laughed, a harsh sound that echoed in the narrow alley. The white-haired one speaks wisdom. Vengeance is an empty pursuit. Purification of hero society is the only worthy goal. Your ideology isn't without merit, Izuku acknowledged, surprising everyone present. The commercialization of heroism has created false incentives, but your methods undermine your message. You think you understand my crusade, boy? Stain challenged. I understand that killing people who don't meet your standard of heroism is fundamentally unheroic. Izuku replied calmly, true heroism inspires improvement. It doesn't eliminate the flawed. For a moment, Stain seemed genuinely intrigued by this perspective. Then his expression hardened. Words are cheap. Show me your conviction. The hero killer launched into a renewed assault, this time targeting not Izuku but Todoroki, who defended with alternating ice and fire barriers. Izuku teleported between them, blocking Stain's blade with infinity, while creating a spatial distortion that slowed the villain's movements. Blue, he stated, creating a precise gravitational pull that wrenched Stain's weapons from his grasp. Disarmed but not defeated, Stain adapted immediately, retrieving hidden blades and changing tactics. His speed and agility were remarkable for someone without an enhancement quirk, evidence of years of dedicated training. Your quirk is powerful, Stain acknowledged as he evaded another spatial distortion. But what happens when you can't see your target? He threw a smoke bomb, filling the alley with dense obscuration. That won't help, Izuku informed him. My eyes see energy signatures, not just visible light. Through the smoke, he tracked Stain's movements perfectly, creating precise spatial bindings that gradually restricted the villain's mobility. When Stain attempted to scale the alley wall, Izuku teleported directly into his path. "It's over," he stated. "Surrender." "Never," Stain hissed, lashing out with a concealed blade that, like all previous attacks, stopped harmlessly against infinity. "Then I'll have to immobilize you," Izuku decided. He expanded his spatial manipulation, creating a complex gravitational field that compressed around Stain from all directions. The hero killer struggled against the invisible force, muscles straining as he was gradually forced to his knees. "Kill me if you dare," Stain challenged through clenched teeth. "Prove you have the conviction to end this." "That's not how heroes operate," Izuku replied, maintaining the pressure. "You'll face justice through proper channels." As Stain was fully immobilized, Izuku turned to check on his classmates. The paralysis was beginning to wear off Ida, while Todoroki attended to natives' injuries. "You should have let me handle him," Ida stated, still struggling with his restricted movement. "Ingenium was my responsibility to avenge." "Vengeance doesn't restore what was lost," Izuku replied. "It only creates new losses." Their conversation was interrupted by a spine-chilling sound, Stain's laughter rising from his immobilized position. "Listen well, false heroes," the hero killer called out. "This white-haired one, he's different. His eyes see truth. The rest of you play at heroism, but he understands its core." "Don't presume to know me," Izuku responded, increasing the spatial pressure slightly. "I don't need to know you," Stain replied, blood dripping from his lips as he smiled maniacally. "I recognize genuine conviction when I see it. In a society of fakes, you're authentic." Before anyone could respond, pro heroes arrived at the alley entrance, led by Gran Torino and the normal hero manual. As they secured Stain and attended to the injured, the hero killer's final words echoed ominously, "Remember this day, when the only one worthy of All Might's legacy revealed himself." The aftermath of the Hosu incident brought unexpected consequences. Though the students had engaged in unsanctioned quirk use against the hero killer, the involvement of pro heroes in the final capture allowed UA to frame the event as an approved internship activity. More significant was the leaked video of Stain's capture and his proclamation about Izuku, footage that quickly went viral across hero-watching communities. "The media is calling you the Limitless hero now," Uraraka informed Izuku when internships concluded and classes resumed. "There are whole forums analyzing your techniques from the sports festival and the Stain video." "Troublesome," Izuku remarked, though he seemed more amused than concerned. The increased attention extended beyond media coverage. During combat training with All Might, Izuku noticed the symbol of peace, studying his techniques with greater interest, occasionally suggesting specific scenario applications that seemed designed to test the limits of his spatial manipulation. Young Midoriya, All Might approached him after one such session. "Your control has improved significantly since the sports festival. Gran Torino must have been an effective mentor." "He provided valuable perspective," Izuku acknowledged, though I suspect his primary goal was assessment rather than instruction. All Might's permanent smile flickered slightly. "Perceptive as always. Yes, he was evaluating your potential and temperament." "For what purpose?" Izuku asked directly. "The future of hero society is approaching a critical juncture," All Might replied with uncharacteristic seriousness. "Those with exceptional power will shoulder exceptional responsibility." Before their conversation could continue, Aizawa arrived to announce the next major event, summer training camp in the forest, designed to strengthen quirks through intensive exercises. The prospect of focused training appealed to Izuku, who had been developing increasingly refined applications of his abilities. What he couldn't have anticipated was how quickly this opportunity would transform into another confrontation with the League of Villains. Class 1A's departure for camp proceeded with typical energy. Bakugo threatening classmates, Mineta making inappropriate comments, Ida enforcing bus etiquette with robotic precision. Izuku observed these interactions with his usual calm detachment, occasionally contributing to conversations, but primarily using the journey to contemplate new technique variations. Their arrival at the meeting point brought the first surprise. The heroes greeting them were actually the Wild Pussycats, a professional rescue team who promptly informed the students they would need to traverse several kilometers of forest to reach the actual camp. "Consider this your first training exercise," Mandalay announced cheerfully. "If you don't reach the facility by 12:30, you don't get lunch. That's 3 hours from now. Kaminari protested. The terrain is completely wild. Hence training camp rather than vacation, Pixie Bob added with a feline grin. As the Pussycats activated their quirks, creating massive earth beasts to challenge the students, Class 1A quickly organized into combat formations. Izuku assessed the situation with analytical precision. These constructs are designed to delay, not injure, he noted to nearby classmates. We should conserve energy while moving steadily forward. Easy for you to say, Jiro commented. You could just teleport to the camp. That would defeat the purpose of the exercise, Izuku replied. Besides, teamwork is more effective in this scenario. For the next several hours, the class battled their way through the forest, countering earth beasts and navigational challenges with increasingly coordinated quirk combinations. Izuku primarily supported others rather than dominating the exercise, using precise spatial manipulations to enhance his classmates' effectiveness. By the time they reached the training facility, muddied, exhausted, but victorious, a new camaraderie had formed among the students. Even Bakugo seemed less antagonistic, grudgingly acknowledging effective quirk applications from classmates he'd previously dismissed. You all did better than expected, Aizawa informed them as they collapsed on the dining hall benches, which means tomorrow's training can be even more intensive. The following days established a grueling routine. Mornings dedicated to quirk strengthening exercises, afternoons to rescue scenarios, evenings to combat applications. Each student received a personalized program designed to address specific weaknesses. For Izuku, the challenge was not power but precision, creating increasingly complex spatial manipulations while minimizing energy expenditure. Under Aizawa's supervision, he practiced forming multiple simultaneous distortion fields, maintaining teleportation markers at various locations, and layering different techniques for compound effects. Your quirk naturally conserves energy, Aizawa noted during one session, but you still default to overwhelming force when pressed. A truly efficient hero can achieve the same result with minimal output. On the third evening, as students gathered around a campfire for a brief respite, Izuku found himself approached by Koda, Mandalay's young nephew who had maintained a hostile attitude toward heroes throughout their stay. "Why do you wear those sunglasses even at night?" the boy demanded bluntly. My eyes are sensitive," Izuku replied, "and they make some people uncomfortable." "That's stupid," Koda declared. "If they're your eyes, why hide them?" The directness of the question was refreshing. "A fair point," Izuku acknowledged, removing his sunglasses. Koda stared at the glowing blue irises with their intricate patterns. "They're weird, but not scary," he finally decided. "People are dumb for being afraid. People often fear what they don't understand," Izuku explained gently. "Including heroes and quirks, perhaps?" Koda's expression immediately darkened. "Heroes are just quirk-obsessed show-offs. My parents died being heroes instead of staying alive to be parents." The rawness of the child's pain was evident. Rather than offering platitudes, Izuku simply nodded. "That's a perfectly reasonable perspective from your experience." "You're not going to tell me they died nobly or some garbage?" Koda asked suspiciously. "Would that change how you feel?" Izuku countered. "Pain isn't erased by explanations." This unexpected response seemed to intrigue the boy, who lingered a moment longer before stomping away with slightly less hostility than before. Later that night, as Izuku practiced fine control exercises in a clearing away from the sleeping cabins, he sensed a disturbance in the forest's energy patterns, unfamiliar signatures approaching the perimeter with clear intent. 12 distinct individuals, he murmured, 6 eyes activated to their full capacity, moving with purpose toward the facility. Without hesitation, he teleported to Aizawa's cabin, arriving just as the teacher was preparing for night patrol. "Villains approaching from the northeast," Izuku reported without preamble. "Approximately 12 individuals with combat-ready quirks." Aizawa's response was immediate. "Wake Vlad King. I'll alert the Pussycats. Get the students to the emergency bunker." "There's more," Izuku added. "One signature matches the warp quirk from USJ, and another." He focused his perception. "Another feels similar to the Nomu, but more refined, more human." Aizawa's expression darkened. "The League again. Move quickly." As Izuku returned to the student cabins, the attack began with stunning coordination, a purple gas spreading rapidly through the forest, followed by targeted strikes at predetermined locations. He recognized the strategy immediately. They were being divided systematically. Gas contains a soporific compound, he analyzed, creating a spatial boundary that prevented it from reaching the cabins. Likely from a quirk rather than conventional chemistry. Inside, he found most students already alert due to the commotion. Villains are attacking, he informed them concisely. Evacuation protocol is active. Group leaders, coordinate your teams as practiced. As students organized with remarkable efficiency, a testament to their training, Izuku focused on the approaching threats. Through his enhanced perception, he identified multiple villain positions and movement patterns. They're hunting specific targets, he realized. This isn't a random attack. When a monstrous villain burst through the cabin wall, Izuku reacted instantly, creating a spatial binding that mobilized the intruder before they could reach the students. Everyone move now, he ordered. Forest path to the emergency facility. Stay together. As his classmates evacuated, Izuku maintained the barrier around the intruder, a muscle-bound villain with an enlargement quirk who strained against the invisible force. You're the target, the villain growled, recognition flashing in his eyes. The white-haired one. Shigaraki wants you specifically. I'm flattered, Izuku replied dryly. What's the objective? Wouldn't you like to know? The villain laughed, then suddenly bulged grotesquely as his muscles expanded beyond normal parameters. This quirk has no upper limit. The spatial binding strained as the villain grew exponentially, veins bulging unhealthily across his distorted form. Izuku observed the transformation with clinical interest. Muscular enhancement without corresponding skeletal reinforcement, he noted. Inefficient and ultimately self-destructive. Shut up! The villain roared, breaking free of the binding through sheer mass. I'll crush you! Izuku sighed slightly. No, you won't. As the muscle-bound villain charged, Izuku simply extended his hand. Hollow purple. The violet beam struck with perfect precision, erasing the villain's enhanced arm from existence. The remainder of his body crashed to the ground, the sudden asymmetry destroying his balance. What did you do to me? The villain screamed, staring at the perfectly smooth edge where his arm had been. Spatial erasure, Izuku explained calmly. Consider yourself fortunate I didn't target anything vital. Leaving the incapacitated villain secured with additional spatial bindings, Izuku proceeded into the forest, tracking his classmates' energy signatures. Most were moving in coordinated groups toward the evacuation point, but several had been separated in the initial confusion. He detected Kota's distinctive signature on a distant outcropping, along with another, more malevolent presence closing rapidly. Teleporting directly to the location, Izuku arrived to find the boy cornered by a villain with a water manipulation quirk, likely targeting the isolated child as an easy hostage. That's far enough, Izuku stated, stepping between them. The villain paused, then grinned. Well, if it isn't the star student himself, saves me the trouble of hunting you down. You were looking for me specifically, Izuku questioned, maintaining a protective position before Kota. Shigaraki has special plans for you, the villain confirmed. Something about testing a new anti-space quirk they've developed. This information was concerning. If the League had somehow engineered a counter to spatial manipulation, it represented a significant tactical development. Kota, Izuku addressed the frightened boy without turning. When I create an opening, run directly to the main facility. Do not deviate from the path. The villain laughed, as if I'd let... Blue, Izuku interrupted, creating an intense gravitational pull that wrenched the villain forward off balance. In the moment of distraction, Kota sprinted past, following Izuku's instructions exactly. The villain attempted to redirect his water quirk toward the fleeing child, only to have the liquid stop against a precise application of infinity. Your opponent is me, Izuku reminded him. What followed was less a battle than a demonstration. Every attack the water villain launched was either stopped by infinity or redirected through spatial manipulation. When he attempted to flood the entire area, Izuku simply created a gravitational singularity that collected the water into a perfect sphere, suspended harmlessly in midair. Impressive quirk, the villain acknowledged, breathing heavily from exertion. But you should know, we've been studying you since USJ, preparing specifically for you. Many have tried to counter my abilities, Izuku replied. All have failed. Maybe, the villain grinned unpleasantly. But have you ever faced someone who can do this? He made a sudden gesture, and to Izuku's genuine surprise, the spatial barrier around him fluctuated momentarily, not failing, but destabilizing in a way he'd never experienced. "What?" he began, before the villain activated a communication device. "Target confirmed, special measures having partial effect, requesting backup." Izuku didn't wait for reinforcements to arrive. With precise calculation, he combined blue and red in rapid sequence, creating a disorienting pressure wave that incapacitated the villain before he could respond further. Securing his unconscious opponent, Izuku examined the device he'd activated, a specialized emitter generating a frequency that somehow interfered with spatial manipulation. The technology was sophisticated but flawed. It could disrupt his passive barriers temporarily but not penetrate them completely. "They've been studying my quirk," he murmured, pocketing the device for later analysis. This level of preparation indicates long-term planning. As he rejoined the evacuation effort, Izuku discovered that while most students had reached safety, Bakugo had been specifically targeted and captured by a villain team. More troubling, the gas that had initially divided them contained a tracking compound. The villains had marked Bakugo for abduction from the beginning. "They're retreating toward the mountain ridge," Izuku reported to Aizawa, who was coordinating with newly arrived pro-heroes. "I can teleport directly to their position." "Negative," Aizawa ordered. "We have reason to believe they've prepared countermeasures specifically for you. This could be an attempt to capture both of our strongest students." The logic was sound, but Izuku found himself uncharacteristically frustrated by the restraint. Every moment increases their escape probability, and rushing in increases the probability of losing you both, Aizawa countered firmly. "We'll pursue with proper backup." Despite professional heroes' best efforts, the League successfully escaped with Bakugo, using Kurogiri's warp quirk to vanish before interception teams could engage. The training camp that had begun with such promise ended in somber failure. Students injured, a classmate captured, and the troubling revelation that the villains had specifically prepared to counter UA's strongest quirks. The aftermath brought immediate changes. Students returned to their homes under enhanced security, media outlets exploded with criticism of UA's safety protocols, and emergency faculty meetings ran continuously as rescue operations were organized. 2 days after the abduction, Izuku received a visitor, All Might himself, arriving at the Midoriya residence in his diminished true form. "Young Midoriya," the hero greeted him solemnly. "I'm here both officially and unofficially. First, to inform you that we have intelligence on Bakugo's location, and second, to ask for your assistance in a matter of grave importance." Inside, over tea that Inko prepared before discreetly giving them privacy, All Might explained the situation. "The device recovered from the water villain confirms our fears. The League has been specifically studying your abilities, developing technology to counter spatial manipulation. The disruption was minimal," Izuku noted. "Their technology is flawed." "For now," All Might acknowledged, "but their resources appear to be growing. We believe they're being supported by someone with extensive knowledge of quirk science." "All for one," Izuku stated, surprising the hero. "The legend who can steal and grant quirks. He's real, isn't he?" All Might's emaciated face showed genuine shock. "How could you possibly know that name?" "My eyes see more than quirk energy," Izuku explained. "Sometimes I perceive historical imprints, echoes of significant events or individuals. Your energy signature carries traces of a confrontation with something ancient and multifaceted." The symbol of peace studied him with new understanding. "Your 6 eyes truly are beyond modern quirk classification. All for one is real, my lifelong nemesis and the true power behind the League of Villains." All Might proceeded to explain the planned rescue operation, a coordinated strike by top pros targeting the League's suspected hideout, with Izuku invited to participate in a limited capacity due to his unique perceptive abilities. "We're not asking you to engage directly," All Might clarified, "but your spatial awareness could provide critical intelligence during the approach phase." "I want to do more than observe," Izuku replied firmly. "Bakugo is my classmate. I understand your feelings, but this operation involves multiple pro-heroes, including myself. Your role must remain supportive due to your provisional license status." Though not entirely satisfied with these limitations, Izuku agreed to the terms. The following evening, he joined a select team at the operation staging area. All Might, Endeavor, Edge-a-Shot, and several other top heroes, along with police forces under strict operational secrecy. The target location is a warehouse complex in Camino Ward, the police commander explained. Intelligence suggests Bakugo is being held in the central building, with League members present. As they approached the district, Izuku activated his 6 eyes to their full capacity, scanning the target area from unprecedented range. 7 distinct signatures in the main building, he reported. One matches Bakugo's energy pattern. Another is Shigaraki. The Warp Gate villain is present along with 4 others with combat-ready quirks. Any sign of security systems or traps? Edgeshot inquired. Nothing technological, Izuku confirmed. But there's something strange about the spatial fabric around the building, almost like a dormant distortion. This information immediately heightened alertness among the pros. All Might particularly seemed concerned by the implications. All for One often employs misdirection, he warned. Stay vigilant. As the heroes moved into position, Izuku continued monitoring energy patterns throughout the district. Something didn't align properly. The signatures were too static, too contained. Based on previous encounters with the League, he expected more scattered activity, more chaotic energy distribution. Something's wrong, he stated suddenly. The signatures aren't fluctuating naturally, they're too stable. Before anyone could respond to this warning, a massive explosion rocked a different area of the district, a multi-story bar several blocks from their target location. It's a decoy, Izuku realized immediately. The warehouse is empty. They're at the bar location, no, beneath it. Underground facility with something massive emerging. All Might's expression hardened. He's here. The operation immediately pivoted, with teams redirecting to the new location. Amid the confusion, Izuku made an independent decision. He teleported directly to the explosion site, arriving moments before the professional heroes. What he found exceeded even his expectations. The bar had been completely destroyed, revealing an underground chamber where League members stood with Bakugo. More significantly, a massive figure had emerged from a warp gate, a suit-clad man whose face was entirely obscured by a strange life support system. Despite having no visible eyes, he turned directly toward Izuku the moment he appeared. The Limitless user, the figure stated, his voice unnaturally modulated. How fascinating. I haven't encountered 6 eyes in centuries. Izuku immediately recognized the energy signature. Impossibly complex, composed of dozens, perhaps hundreds of distinct quirk patterns, layered and integrated with frightening sophistication. All for one, he acknowledged, maintaining his composure despite the oppressive presence before him. You recognize me, the villain seemed pleased. Your eyes see much, young one. Tell me, do they see what I've prepared specially for you? Without warning, the air around Izuku distorted unnaturally. Not from his own manipulation, but from an external force attempting to warp the spatial fabric itself. For the first time in his life, infinity faltered momentarily, creating a sensation he'd never experienced: vulnerability. Spatial decay, All for One explained with evident satisfaction. A quirk I've been cultivating for this specific encounter. Not powerful enough to negate your abilities entirely, but sufficient to create openings. Izuku adjusted instantly, reinforcing his barrier through active calculation rather than passive maintenance. An impressive countermeasure, he acknowledged, but ultimately insufficient. Before their confrontation could escalate, All Might arrived with explosive force, crashing into the scene with a thunderous impact that separated All for One from the League members. Get away from the boy, the symbol of peace roared, his usual smile replaced by grim determination. Ah, All Might. Right on schedule. All for One greeted his nemesis with disturbing cordiality. I was just getting acquainted with your protege. Young Midoriya, secure Bakugo. All Might instructed without taking his eyes off the villain. I'll handle this. Izuku assessed the situation rapidly. Bakugo stood among the League members, explosive quirk active but clearly outnumbered. The Warp Gate villain prepared to transport them to safety, while All for One and All Might squared off for what promised to be a cataclysmic confrontation. In that moment of decision, Izuku demonstrated why his tactical mind matched his overwhelming power. Rather than charging directly at the League, he created a precise spatial distortion between Bakugo and his captors. Reversal red, he stated, the technique creating a repulsive force that separated Bakugo from the group while simultaneously disrupting Kurogiri's warp formation. As Bakugo was propelled toward him, Izuku teleported to intercept, catching his classmate mid-trajectory. "Took you long enough," Bakugo growled, though relief was evident beneath his bravado. "You're welcome," Izuku replied dryly, creating a protective spatial barrier around them both. All for One observed this rescue with apparent amusement. "Impressive coordination, but your escape isn't quite complete." The villain extended his hand, activating a combination of quirks that created a massive destructive wave aimed not at All Might, but at the escaping students. The attack's scale was beyond anything Izuku had previously encountered, a fusion of multiple enhancement and projection quirks amplified by All for One's mastery. "Midoriya! Bakugo! Run!" All Might shouted, attempting to intercept but finding himself blocked by All for One's secondary attacks. Izuku made a split-second calculation. Standard Infinity wouldn't be sufficient against an attack of this magnitude, combined with the spatial decay effect. Teleportation required a clear destination that might be compromised in the chaotic environment. There was only one option. "Domain expansion," he stated, eyes glowing with intense azure light. "Unlimited void." The space around Izuku and Bakugo transformed completely. Reality itself seemed to fold inward, creating a separate dimension of infinite geometric patterns and absolute control. All for One's attack struck this domain boundary and simply ceased to exist, unable to penetrate the perfected spatial realm. Inside the domain, time moved differently. What felt like minutes to its occupants transpired in mere seconds outside. "What the hell is this?" Bakugo demanded, looking around at the endless abstract patterns. "My ultimate technique," Izuku explained calmly. "A realm of infinite information and absolute spatial control." Through the domain's boundary, they could observe the external battle as All Might and All for One exchanged devastating blows, each impact reshaping the surrounding cityscape. Other pro-heroes focused on evacuating civilians and containing League members, though Kurogiri had successfully warped several villains to safety. "We need to help him," Bakugo insisted, watching All Might being driven backward by a particularly powerful combination attack. "No," Izuku replied firmly. "This is his battle. Our priority is evacuation." As the domain began to collapse, maintaining it against All for One's spatial interference required unsustainable energy expenditure. Izuku calculated their escape route. The moment the technique dissipated, he teleported both himself and Bakugo to the evacuation perimeter, where Endeavor and other pros had established a security cordon. "Bakugo secured," he reported to the command team, who immediately implemented medical and security protocols. From their position, they witnessed the remainder of the titanic battle between All Might and All for One, a confrontation that reshaped Kamino Ward and ultimately revealed the symbol of peace's true form to the watching world. When All Might delivered his final United States of Smash, the shockwave was felt even at their distant position. In the battle's aftermath, as emergency services addressed the extensive destruction, Izuku stood at the perimeter, observing All Might's public revelation of his weakened state with thoughtful calculation. The era of the symbol of peace had effectively ended, a power vacuum that would fundamentally reshape hero society. "What happens now?" Bakugo asked, standing beside him with uncharacteristic solemnity. "Everything changes," Izuku replied simply, his six eyes perceiving the shifting patterns of possibility extending outward from this pivotal moment. The next generation rises. As All Might approached them, his emaciated form now public knowledge, his expression carried both exhaustion and resolve. "Young Midoriya," he addressed Izuku directly. "That technique you use, the domain, I've never seen anything like it." "Few have," Izuku acknowledged. "It's the highest application of spatial manipulation." All Might nodded thoughtfully. "In my prime, I stood as the symbol of peace through overwhelming power and unbreakable spirit. But that era has ended." He placed a skeletal hand on Izuku's shoulder. "The world will need new symbols now." The implication was clear. With All Might's power fading, heroes with exceptional abilities would bear increasing responsibility for society's protection. None possessed greater potential than Izuku's friend, whose limitless abilities transcended conventional quirk classification. As they departed the devastation of Kamino Ward, Izuku contemplated this unspoken succession. His path had always aimed toward becoming the strongest hero, but the scope of that responsibility had expanded beyond his initial conception. The next phase would require more than power. It would demand wisdom in its application, leadership among his peers, and a vision for hero society's evolution. For someone with the infinite potential of Six Eyes and Limitless, these challenges represented not burdens but opportunities. The future stretched before him, limitless in its possibilities. As the dust settled over Kamino Ward, a new era of heroism began. The symbol of peace had revealed his true form to the world. And with his power waning, society sought new pillars to support their collective sense of security. None carried greater potential than the white-haired student whose spatial abilities had demonstrated mastery beyond conventional understanding, Izuku Midoriya, the limitless hero. In the weeks following All Might's retirement, UA implemented extensive security upgrades. Dormitories were constructed to house students on campus, protective barriers were enhanced, and surveillance systems multiplied. Class 1A adjusted to these changes with varying degrees of enthusiasm, though all recognized their necessity. For Izuku, the transition held additional significance. All Might had spoken to him privately about the responsibility his exceptional power carried in this new landscape. Young Midoriya, the former symbol had stated, "The world will look to new heroes to fill the void I've left. Your abilities place you in a unique position to become one of those pillars." Izuku had simply nodded, understanding the weight of this expectation. His six eyes perceived patterns beyond conventional sight, societal uncertainty, rising villain activity, and the subtle reconfiguration of power dynamics throughout the hero world. The path forward was clear, if demanding. The provisional license exam represented the first step on this journey. With the first term behind them, Class 1A prepared to obtain the credentials that would allow them to act legally during emergencies. For many, this meant intensive training to refine techniques and develop new applications. For Izuku, it meant something rather different. "You're already overpowered for the exam," Aizawa had noted during their preparatory session. "Your focus should be on technique efficiency and civilian interaction. Power without precision is just destruction." This advice aligned with Izuku's own analysis. While his classmates developed special moves designed to impress evaluators, he instead refined his spatial manipulation for rescue scenarios, creating gravitational wells that could safely extract victims from rubble, precision teleportation for medical evacuations, and dimensional pockets that could shield civilians from environmental hazards. When the day of the exam arrived, Class 1A gathered at the testing facility alongside hundreds of other Hero Corps students from across Japan. The energy was electric, competitive, anxious, determined. "Everyone looks so serious," Uraraka observed as they entered the facility. "This exam has a historically low pass rate," Izuku replied, adjusting his sunglasses. "But that shouldn't concern us, Gennet. We've faced actual villains multiple times now." The first phase was announced, a free-for-all battle royale where participants would use special balls to target opponents' weak points. Only the first 100 students to eliminate 2 opponents would advance. As the students dispersed throughout the arena, Izuku remained stationary, observing the energy patterns through his 6 eyes. Multiple groups had already formed targeting strategies. Shiketsu Academy students moving in coordinated formations, Ketsubutsu Academy implementing ambush tactics, various schools forming temporary alliances. "UA students are primary targets," he noted to nearby classmates, "particularly after our sports festival exposure." Indeed, within moments of the exam beginning, dozens of competitors converged on their positions. For most of Class 1A, this meant immediate defensive maneuvers. For Izuku, it presented an opportunity to demonstrate his evolved understanding of spatial manipulation. The first wave of attackers launched projectiles from multiple angles, quirk-enhanced balls, elemental attacks, and specialized equipment, all stopped harmlessly against Infinity, unable to penetrate his automatic barrier. "That's the sports festival champion," someone muttered. "His defense is absolute." "Impenetrable defense just means we target his teammates," another student strategized. Izuku smiled slightly. You misunderstand the situation. With subtle precision, he extended his spatial manipulation beyond his immediate vicinity. Blue pulled projectiles off course, red redirected charging opponents, and precisely calculated teleportation placed him at strategic points throughout the battlefield. When a particularly determined Ketsubutsu student unleashed a barrage of hardened clay spheres toward Kaminari, Izuku simply created a spatial distortion that curved their trajectory back toward the attacker. "I'm not just defending myself," he explained to the surprised opponent as the balls connected with their target points. "I'm protecting my class." For 15 minutes, this pattern continued, Izuku efficiently eliminating opponents while simultaneously ensuring his classmates remained safe from excessive targeting. His movements appeared effortless, almost casual, yet every action served multiple strategic purposes. "You're showing off," Todoroki noted when they briefly converged near a rocky outcropping. "Am I?" Izuku replied with amusement. "I'm simply being efficient." When Todoroki raised an eyebrow skeptically, Izuku's smile widened. "Well, perhaps a little demonstration is warranted. We are being evaluated, after all." As if to emphasize this point, he removed his sunglasses, six eyes glowing brilliantly as he analyzed the entire battlefield's energy patterns simultaneously. "Interesting. Gang Orca has entered the Western Quadrant with a rescue scenario. The exam's second phase is about to begin." The announcement confirming this came moments later, declaring the Battle Royale complete. All of Class 1A had qualified, many thanks to Izuku's subtle spatial assistance ensuring favorable matchups. The rescue phase presented different challenges. With a simulated earthquake having devastated the testing ground, students needed to locate and safely extract civilian actors from hazardous conditions. Points would be awarded for technique effectiveness, communication skills, and victim comfort. Izuku approached this task with the same calculated precision. His six eyes easily identified victims throughout the rubble, perceiving their conditions through energy signatures. Where others needed to search methodically, he simply knew. 3 injured civilians in the collapsed structure at coordinate B7, he informed nearby examinees. 1 with a simulated spinal injury requiring stabilization. Rather than rushing ahead to claim these rescues himself, Izuku coordinated with other students, creating spatial platforms that allowed them to reach difficult locations safely while providing technical guidance for extraction procedures. "The building's support structure is compromised," he explained to a team from Ketsubutsu. "If you use your hardening quirk here and here," he indicated precise points, "you can stabilize it long enough for safe evacuation." This collaborative approach earned him appreciative nods from both fellow examinees and the observing proctors. When Gang Orca suddenly attacked the rescue area, a surprise villain simulation, Izuku's response demonstrated why he was considered UA's most promising student. Rather than engaging directly, he created a network of spatial barriers around ongoing rescue operations, ensuring civilian safety while other combat-oriented students handled the offensive response. When Gang Orca's sonic attacks threatened to destabilize additional structures, Izuku implemented a technique he'd been developing specifically for sound manipulation. "Acoustic displacement," he stated, creating a spatial bubble that captured the sonic waves and redirected them harmlessly upward. Gang Orca observed this with professional interest. "Impressive application," the pro hero noted. Most students focus exclusively on offense or defense when confronted with a villain. You prioritized civilian protection while enabling your colleagues to engage effectively. When the exam concluded, Izuku had accumulated the highest rescue efficiency score in the facility's history while maintaining perfect civilian comfort ratings. His performance demonstrated not just overwhelming power, but sophisticated application, exactly what the Provisional License Committee sought in future heroes. "Midoriya Izuku," the head examiner announced during the certification ceremony. "Your spatial manipulation techniques have set new benchmarks for our rescue protocols. The committee specifically commends your collaborative approach and priority maintenance." Accepting his license, Izuku rejoined his classmates, most of whom had also passed successfully. Bakugo and Todoroki, however, had failed, the former for excessive aggression during civilian interaction, the latter for communication deficiencies. "You'll have another opportunity during the remedial course," Izuku assured them as they departed the facility. though I'm surprised you struggled with the parameters. Not everyone can just warp space to solve problems, Bakugo growled, though with less hostility than usual. True, Izuku acknowledged, but that's why teams exist. Different capabilities serving complementary purposes. The bus ride back to UA was subdued, students processing their experiences with thoughtful introspection. For those who had passed, the license represented a significant milestone in their hero journey. For those who hadn't, it provided valuable feedback for improvement. For Izuku, it represented something else entirely, official authorization to intervene in the approaching storm his six eyes had been perceiving with increasing clarity. Something was building beneath society's surface, something that would soon require the full extent of his evolving abilities. The first indication of this approaching threat came weeks later when reports of a Yakuza organization called Shi Hasaikai began appearing in hero intelligence briefings. Their leader, Kai Chisaki, operating under the villain name Overhaul, had been consolidating power through aggressive territory acquisition and mysterious pharmaceutical distribution. Izuku's involvement began when Aizawa selected him to accompany a group of third-year students to Sir Night-Eye's hero agency for a special work study. The former sidekick to All Might had specifically requested UA's most promising spatial manipulator for an investigation requiring exceptional perceptive abilities. Sir Night-Eye is notoriously selective, Aizawa explained. The fact that he requested you specifically indicates the mission's significance. Upon arriving at the agency, Izuku was introduced to Mirio Tagada, a third-year student whose permeation quirk and intense training had made him UA's top hero prospect before Izuku's abilities were fully revealed. The famous first year, Mirio greeted him with enthusiastic energy. Sir has been analyzing your sports festival performance. He's particularly interested in how your spatial perception interacts with his foresight quirk. Sir Night-Eye himself presented a stark contrast to Mirio's exuberance. The tall, serious pro hero studied Izuku with calculating intensity, his golden eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate the student's composed exterior. "Remove your sunglasses," he instructed without preamble. Izuku complied, revealing his six eyes. The geometric patterns within his blue irises shifted subtly as they adjusted to the office lighting. "Fascinating," Night-Eye murmured. "True six eyes. I've researched the historical accounts, but seeing them in person..." He straightened, professionalism reasserting itself. "Your perceptive abilities are crucial for our current investigation." The briefing that followed revealed disturbing details. Shi Hasaikai had been developing some form of quirk-related drug with potentially catastrophic implications for hero society. More concerning, intelligence suggested they were using a young girl with a rare reversion quirk as the source material, essentially harvesting her body to create their product. "Her name is Eri," Night-Eye explained, displaying a photograph of a small, white-haired child with a horn protruding from her forehead. Approximately 6 years old, her quirk appears to enable molecular reversion, restoring matter to previous states. Izuku studied the image, his six eyes perceiving energy patterns even through the photograph. "Temporal manipulation at the quantum level," he noted, "extraordinarily rare and dangerous in the wrong hands." "Precisely," Night-Eye confirmed. "Overhaul is using her blood to create two distinct compounds, one that temporarily erases quirks, another that can permanently destroy them." The implications were immediately clear. Such weapons could fundamentally destabilize hero society, creating vulnerabilities that villain organizations would exploit ruthlessly. Beyond the strategic threat, however, Izuku found himself focused on the child herself, a young girl being systematically abused for her biological capabilities. "We need to extract her immediately," he stated, his typically playful demeanor entirely absent. "We lack sufficient evidence for a warrant," Night-Eye countered. "Rushing in would jeopardize both the operation and potentially Eri herself." "Then we'll gather evidence," Izuku replied simply. "My six eyes can perceive energy signatures through physical barriers. If I can get close enough to their compound, I can confirm the girl's presence and condition without direct infiltration." This approach aligned with Night-Eye's methodical nature, and a surveillance operation was quickly organized. Izuku, Mirio, and Pro-Hero Centipeder established observation positions around the Shi Hasaikai compound, monitoring activity patterns while gathering intelligence on security systems. During his observation shift, Izuku activated his 6 eyes to their maximum capacity, focusing on penetrating the compound's physical structure. What he perceived exceeded even his expectations. Extensive underground facility, he reported through the secure communication channel. Multiple levels below the visible compound. Approximately 38 Yakuza members with active quirks, heavily armed, specialized isolation chamber in the lowest level where I can see her. His voice tightened slightly. Aries' condition is poor, evidence of repeated extraction procedures. Her energy signature shows significant distress and quirk strain. Can you determine the extraction timeline? Night Eye inquired. When is the next procedure scheduled? Izuku focused more intently, his perception extending beyond simple visual information to complex energy pattern analysis. Based on preparation activities within 12 hours, they're establishing a laboratory environment in the adjacent chamber. This information accelerated the operation timeline dramatically. With evidence of imminent harm to a child, the hero team could now secure an emergency raid authorization. Within hours, a coalition had formed. Sir Night Eye's agency, the police force's specialized quirk crime division, and several additional pro-heroes including Ryukyu, Fat Gum, and Rocklock. The raid briefing was concise but comprehensive. Izuku provided detailed facility schematics based on his perceptive analysis, identifying optimal entry points, defensive positions, and potential hazard zones throughout the compound. Overhaul's quirk allows him to disassemble and reassemble matter through physical contact, Night Eye emphasized during the strategy session. Absolute lethality if he connects. Midoriya's infinity barrier provides our best counter to this ability. When the operation commenced at dawn, Izuku was positioned with the primary strike team alongside Mirio and Night Eye. His role was clearly defined: penetrate the compound's defenses, locate Eri, and provide protective extraction while the pros handled the Yakuza combatants. The initial breach proceeded according to plan. Police forces secured the upper levels while hero teams advanced toward the underground facility. It was there that resistance intensified dramatically. Specialized Yakuza enforcers with enhanced quirks established defensive positions throughout the subterranean corridors. One particularly massive individual, identified as Rikia Katsukame, possessed a strength enhancement quirk capable of absorbing vitality from opponents. He's draining energy from anyone within range, Ryukyu observed as several officers suddenly collapsed, their strength depleted. Interesting quirk application, Izuku noted, studying the energy patterns flowing from the affected individuals, but fundamentally flawed. When Katsukame charged toward their position, Izuku simply extended his hand. Blue. The gravitational pull stopped the massive Yakuza mid-stride, his enhanced strength struggling against the spatial distortion. Your quirk absorbs vitality through a specific energy frequency, Izuku explained conversationally as the villain strained against the invisible force. But it can't penetrate dimensional barriers. With precise calculation, he intensified the gravitational field, compressing it around Katsukame until the enforcer collapsed under the pressure, consciousness fading. Efficient, Night Eye acknowledged, but we need to maintain progress. Ares located 3 levels below our current position. As they advanced deeper into the facility, resistance became increasingly coordinated. Specialized quirk users with complementary abilities formed defensive perimeters, while traps and environmental hazards slowed their approach. For conventional heroes, these obstacles presented significant challenges. For Izuku, they were puzzles to be solved through spatial mathematics. When a corridor suddenly flooded with paralyzing gas, he simply created a spatial boundary that contained the chemical agents. When a quirk user generated crystalline spikes throughout an intersection, he teleported the team past the hazard without breaking stride. Your abilities have evolved significantly since UA's sports festival, Night Eye observed during a brief tactical pause. The precision of your spatial control exceeds anything in my research. I've been focusing on efficiency, Izuku replied. Minimal energy expenditure for maximum effect. This efficiency became crucial when they encountered the first of Overhaul's elite guards, Shin Nomoto, whose confession quirk compelled targets to answer questions truthfully while rendering them suggestible to commands. Everyone, halt! Nomoto ordered as they entered a large chamber. You will surrender your weapons, and his compulsion quirk impacted the hero team with varying effectiveness, except Izuku, whose infinity automatically filtered the psychic influence. Interesting technique, Izuku noted, removing his sunglasses to observe the energy pattern more clearly. Your quirk affects neural pathways through a specialized frequency. Quite sophisticated. Nomoto's eyes widened slightly. What are you? Why isn't it affecting you? Infinity doesn't just stop physical attacks, Izuku explained. It filters all external influences according to designated parameters. Before Nomoto could retreat, Izuku teleported directly before him. Now, regarding your employer's location. With the compulsion user neutralized, the team advanced rapidly toward the facility's lowest level. Izuku's six eyes continuously tracked Eri's position, noting with increasing concern that her energy signature showed signs of immediate distress. They're moving her, he reported urgently. Overhaul has detected our approach. He's initiating some kind of procedure in the isolation chamber. This information prompted Mirio to activate his permeation, phasing through the remaining barriers toward Eri's location. I'll reach her first, the third-year student communicated. My quirk gives me the fastest approach vector. Wait, Izuku cautioned, but Mirio had already vanished through the floor. Night-Eye turned to Izuku. Can you teleport us directly to the chamber? Yes, but there's something wrong with the spatial fabric around that area, Izuku replied, his six eyes perceiving unusual distortions. Overhaul's quirk is activating on a massive scale. He's reconstructing the entire chamber. Without waiting for further discussion, Izuku created a teleportation marker and transported both himself and Night-Eye directly to the isolation chamber. They arrived to find a scene of chaotic transformation, walls liquefying and reforming, floor plates shifting configuration, and at the center, Overhaul holding Eri with one hand, while Mirio struggled to reach them through the morphing environment. Permeation's weakness, Overhaul stated coldly, is that you must materialize to interact physically. In an environment where solid surfaces are continuously changing, you become predictable. As if to demonstrate this point, he suddenly solidified a wall section just as Mirio began materializing, forcing the student to phase again or be trapped within concrete. Sir Night-Eye and the spatial manipulator, Overhaul observed as he noticed the new arrivals. This complicates matters. Izuku's attention was fixed on Eri. The young girl's condition was worse than the surveillance had indicated. Pale, exhausted, with visible extraction marks along her arms and numerous healing bruises. More concerning was the extraordinary stress evident in her quirk energy signature, pushed far beyond safe activation parameters. Release her, Izuku stated, his typically playful demeanor entirely absent. Now. Overhaul's expression remained clinical, detached. The product of years of research and development? I think not, especially when her value has just increased exponentially. He gestured toward Izuku with his free hand. Your spatial manipulation quirk would create remarkable synthesis opportunities. That wasn't a request, Izuku clarified, removing his sunglasses deliberately and placing them in his pocket. The six eyes that fixed on Overhaul glowed with intense azure energy, geometric patterns shifting as they analyzed every aspect of the Yakuza leader's quirk, physiology, and the surrounding spatial configuration. Overhaul responded by slamming his hand against the floor, causing the entire chamber to disintegrate and reform as a cavernous arena with numerous stone spikes and platforms. Your reputation precedes you, Limitless. Let's see how your spatial manipulation compares to complete molecular reconstruction. What followed was unlike any confrontation the witnesses had observed before, a battle between fundamental forces where physical laws seemed optional rather than mandatory. Overhaul continuously disassembled and reconstructed the environment, creating increasingly complex attack patterns designed to overwhelm conventional defenses. Against anyone else, this strategy would have been devastating. Against Izuku, it merely provided new variables for spatial calculation. When stone spikes erupted beneath his position, they stopped against infinity without impact. When liquefied concrete surged toward him in a massive wave, he simply created a spatial distortion that redirected it back toward its source. Each attack was met with effortless neutralization, Izuku's movements displaying practiced economy rather than exertion. Molecular reconstruction is an impressive quirk, he acknowledged as he steadily advanced toward Overhaul's position. But fundamentally limited by conservation of mass and energy, you can only work with available materials. Overhaul's composed facade began showing cracks, frustration bleeding through his clinical demeanor. Your barrier may be impenetrable, but the girl isn't protected. He held Eri threateningly. One touch and I can disassemble her at the molecular level. You misunderstand the situation, Izuku replied, his voice carrying unusual gravity. I've been analyzing your quirk since entering this chamber. Your reconstruction ability operates through quantum tunneling, restructuring electron configurations through a specialized energy field. Quite brilliant, actually. Before Overhaul could respond, Izuku vanished from his position and reappeared directly beside the Yakuza leader. The teleportation was so precisely calculated that it placed him between Overhaul and Eri without disturbing their physical positioning. The weakness in your technique, Izuku continued, is that it requires a specific spatial reference frame to maintain coherence. With this statement, he implemented a technique he'd been developing specifically for molecular-level threats, a spatial distortion that isolated Overhaul's quirk energy from its activation field. The Yakuza leader immediately sensed the disruption, his ability to disassemble matter suddenly neutralized within a precisely defined boundary. "What have you done?" Overhaul demanded, his composure fully broken. "Spatial quarantine," Izuku explained. "I've isolated the energy pattern of your quirk within a dimensional pocket. You still have your ability, but it can't affect anything in normal space until I release the quarantine." In the moment of Overhaul's stunned realization, Izuku gently extracted Eri from his grasp. The child instinctively clung to him, her small body trembling with exhaustion and fear. "It's all right," he assured her softly. "You're safe now." Sir Nidai and Mirio watched in amazement as Izuku effectively neutralized one of the most dangerous quirks they'd encountered without violence or destruction, simply through perfect spatial understanding. When Overhaul attempted to retreat, Izuku created another spatial binding that immobilized him completely. "Villains who harm children," Izuku stated, his eyes still glowing intensely, "deserve special consideration." As the hero team secured the facility and police units took custody of the Yakuza members, Izuku maintained constant protective proximity to Eri. His six eyes analyzed her condition with concern, noting the severe strain her quirk had endured through forced activation. "Her reversion ability has been pushed to dangerous levels," he explained to the medical team that arrived for her evaluation. "The extraction procedures have created instability in her quirk expression pathways." This assessment proved accurate when Eri suddenly began manifesting uncontrolled quirk activation, her horn glowing as temporal reversion energy pulsed outward in erratic waves. Medical equipment aged rapidly, then reverted to newer states, while nearby materials cycled through various stages of deterioration and restoration. "She can't control it," the lead physician realized with alarm. "We need to sedate her before." "No," Izuku interrupted. "Sedation will suppress her conscious regulation without addressing the energy discharge. The reversion effect will continue accumulating until catastrophic release." Without hesitation, he created a specialized spatial boundary around Eri, not to contain her quirk, but to harmonize with it. Through precise manipulation, he established a dimensional resonance that synchronized with her temporal reversion waves, gradually stabilizing their erratic patterns. "I'm creating a compatible frequency domain," he explained as the medical team observed in fascination. "Her quirk is attempting to revert affected objects to previous states, but without proper targeting parameters. By establishing spatial constants within the field, I'm giving the energy consistent reference points." Over several minutes, this approach successfully calmed the discharge patterns. Eri's horns stopped glowing so intensely, and her panicked breathing steadied as the painful energy buildup dissipated. "Your quirk is beautiful," Izuku told her gently when she looked up at him with exhausted confusion. "It just needs proper guidance, like any powerful ability." During Eri's subsequent medical treatment, another significant consequence of the operation emerged. Mirio Togata had been struck by one of Overhaul's quirk-destroying bullets during the confrontation, sacrificing his permeation ability to protect a fellow hero. Medical analysis confirmed the effect appeared permanent, the specialized drug having erased his quirk factor completely. The doctors say there's no known treatment, Mirio explained with remarkable stoicism when Izuku visited him. But that's okay, I don't regret my choice. A hero's worth isn't measured by their quirk alone. Izuku studied him thoughtfully, Six Eyes perceiving the altered energy pathways where permeation had previously manifested. The drug didn't actually destroy your quirk, he noted after careful analysis. It separated the expression pathway from your biological system. The factor itself remains intact, but inaccessible. What does that mean? Mirio asked, hope cautiously entering his voice. It means restoration might be possible, Izuku replied, with precise enough spatial manipulation to reconnect the severed pathways. Over the following weeks, while Eri received treatment and rehabilitation at UA's specialized medical facility, Izuku worked closely with Recovery Girl to develop a restoration technique for Mirio's condition. The process required unprecedented precision, manipulating structures at the cellular level to reestablish quantum connections between the dormant quirk factor and its expression pathway. This exceeds anything attempted in quirk medicine, Recovery Girl acknowledged as they prepared for the procedure. The precision requirements are beyond conventional capability. Fortunately, Izuku replied, removing his sunglasses, precision is my specialty. The restoration took nearly 6 hours, Izuku maintaining perfect spatial concentration while gradually reconnecting molecular pathways throughout Mirio's quirk network. When the final connections were established, the third-year student's energy signature suddenly flared with familiar patterns. Try activating it, Izuku suggested, stepping back as Recovery Girl monitored vital signs. Mirio concentrated, focusing on the sensation he'd known since childhood. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually, his fingertips began to phase, transparency spreading up his arm as permeation reactivated for the first time since the injury. It worked, he whispered in disbelief. It actually worked. The implications of this success extended far beyond one student's restored abilities. Izuku had effectively demonstrated that permanent quirk destruction could be reversed through sufficiently advanced spatial manipulation, knowledge that fundamentally changed the strategic landscape regarding anti-quirk weapons. When Sir Night-Eye later succumbed to injuries sustained during the operation, Izuku attended the funeral alongside other heroes who had participated in the raid. The solemn ceremony celebrated a meticulous hero whose foresight had saved countless lives throughout his career. He once told me something interesting, Mirio mentioned as they departed the service. After observing your abilities during the operation, he said his foresight quirk couldn't track your actions properly, that you existed slightly adjacent to normal causality. Izuku considered this with interest. Six Eyes perceive reality somewhat differently than conventional vision. Perhaps that difference extends to how I interact with predictive quirks as well. This observation would prove significant in the coming months, as his increasingly refined spatial understanding began revealing aspects of reality beyond conventional perception. Glimpses of causal patterns and dimensional interfaces that even he hadn't previously recognized. For the moment, however, his focus remained on Eri's recovery. The young girl's rehabilitation involved not just medical treatment, but psychological healing and quirk control training. Izuku visited regularly, working with her on visualization exercises designed to help her understand and eventually regulate her reversion ability. Your quirk responds to your emotions, he explained during one session, creating small spatial distortions that interacted harmoniously with her temporal energy. When you're afraid, it activates defensively. When you're calm, it becomes more receptive to guidance. Eri watched the beautiful interaction patterns with fascination. Can I ever control it like you control yours? Absolutely, Izuku assured her. Every quirk has its own language. You just need to learn how yours communicates. This patient mentoring approach proved effective. Over time, Eri's uncontrolled discharges diminished in both frequency and intensity. Though full mastery would require years of development, the foundation for eventual control was firmly established. As the Shi Hasaikai case concluded with multiple convictions and the complete dismantling of the Yakuza organization, Izuku reflected on how this operation had expanded his understanding of his own abilities. The precision required for quirk restoration and Ares stabilization had pushed his spatial manipulation to new levels of refinement. Not greater power, but greater subtlety. This evolution would prove essential for the challenges ahead, as Hero Society continued adjusting to All Might's retirement and the power vacuum it had created throughout the professional landscape. While Izuku had passed the provisional license exam with exceptional marks, Bakugo and Todoroki's remedial course provided an unexpected opportunity for growth in a different direction. When Aizawa requested Izuku's assistance with the special training program, the white-haired student initially questioned the assignment. They need to develop their interpersonal communication skills, Aizawa explained. Your role would be demonstrative rather than participatory, showing effective civilian interaction techniques that balance authority with approachability. The course itself proved more challenging than anticipated. Alongside Bakugo and Todoroki, students from other schools who had failed the licensing exam participated in specialized exercises focused on public relations and rescue protocols. Their primary task involved entertaining and connecting with children from a local elementary school, an assignment that pushed combat-oriented students far outside their comfort zones. When the children arrived, their excitement quickly turned to disappointment, as the hero students' awkward attempts at entertainment fell flat. Bakugo's intense personality frightened several youngsters, while Todoroki's stoic demeanor failed to engage their interest. This is painful to watch, Gang Orca, the supervising pro-hero, noted as the interaction deteriorated further. Izuku observed the situation with analytical interest. They're approaching this as a performance rather than a connection. Children respond to authenticity, not technique. When a particularly disastrous attempt at balloon animals from Bakugo resulted in multiple explosions and crying children, Gang Orca signaled for Izuku to intervene. "Time for your demonstration," he instructed. "Show them effective civilian engagement." Removing his sunglasses, Izuku approached the increasingly chaotic gathering. Rather than immediately taking control, he knelt to eye level with a small group of children who had retreated from the failed entertainment attempts. "Would you like to see something interesting?" he asked simply. The children regarded him cautiously, noting his unusual white hair and glowing blue eyes. One particularly brave girl nodded. With careful precision, Izuku created a small spatial distortion above his palm, a miniature gravitational field that caused light to bend in beautiful swirling patterns. The colorful display immediately captured the children's attention. "What is that?" the brave girl asked, leaning closer. "It's called spatial manipulation," Izuku explained, allowing the pattern to expand slightly. "I'm adjusting how space itself behaves in this small area." As more children gathered around, drawn by the mesmerizing display, Izuku gradually incorporated their suggestions into the demonstration, creating tiny gravitational orbits for small objects, gentle repulsive fields that made paper clips hover and dance, and teleportation effects that made items disappear from one child's hand and appear in another's. "The key isn't the quirk itself," he explained to the observing hero students as the children laughed delightedly. "It's establishing connection. Find what interests them, then build engagement from there." Bakugo watched with grudging attention. "Not everyone has fancy spatial powers to entertain with," he objected. "True," Izuku acknowledged, "but everyone has something unique to offer." He gestured toward Bakugo's hands. "Your explosions could create spectacular light displays if properly controlled. Children love visual stimulation." This suggestion prompted Bakugo to experiment with smaller, controlled detonations that created firecracker-like effects without the threatening aspects of his combat applications. To his evident surprise, the children responded positively to this adjusted approach. Similarly, Todoroki found success by creating small ice sculptures and then warming them with precisely controlled flames, demonstrating beauty in both aspects of his quirk rather than just raw power. By the session's conclusion, the remedial students had made significant progress in their civilian interaction techniques. Gang Orca nodded approvingly as the children departed, chattering excitedly about their experiences. "Effective demonstration," he acknowledged to Izuku. "You've got natural teaching instincts." This observation resonated with something Izuku had been contemplating since working with Eri on quirk control. His abilities certainly positioned him for exceptional combat performance, but perhaps his understanding of spatial relationships and energy patterns could serve equally valuable educational purposes. When Todoroki and Bakugo successfully completed their remedial requirements and received their provisional licenses, Izuku joined their modest celebration with genuine congratulations. Now, all of Class 1A is officially qualified for hero activity, he noted as they returned to campus, just in time for the school festival. UA's annual cultural festival represented a deliberate attempt to maintain educational normalcy despite increasing security concerns. Following multiple villain incidents, the administration had debated canceling the traditional event before ultimately deciding that showing resilience served greater societal benefit. For Class 1A, the festival presented an opportunity to demonstrate creativity beyond combat applications. After extensive deliberation, they settled on a music and dance performance that would showcase their quirks in entertaining rather than martial contexts. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu approached him during planning sessions. "We were hoping you might contribute spatial effects for the performance background. Your manipulation could create visual elements beyond what conventional stage design allows." The request aligned with Izuku's evolving interest in creative quirk applications. "I've been experimenting with light refraction through gravitational lensing," he acknowledged. "It could produce interesting visual accompaniment." As preparations advanced, Izuku developed increasingly sophisticated spatial techniques specifically for entertainment purposes, creating dimension-bending backdrops, gravity-defying dance platforms, and light manipulation effects that transform the performance space. "This is actually fun," he remarked to Uraraka during a rehearsal break, using spatial manipulation for creating rather than combating. "You seem different lately," she observed. "Less intense? Since the Eri rescue, you've been more relaxed." This assessment carried truth. Izuku hadn't fully articulated himself. Working with Eri and participating in the remedial course had shifted something in his perspective, revealing applications for his abilities beyond the combat excellence everyone expected. The festival itself became a celebration of resilience, students, faculty, and limited public attendees coming together despite the challenging climate surrounding hero society. Class 1A's performance drew particular attention, their synchronized quirk display demonstrating creativity and control that impressed even professional heroes in attendance. Izuku's contribution transcended mere special effects. Through precise spatial manipulation, he created an immersive environment that seemed to extend beyond physical limitations. Performers appearing to dance between dimensions, music visualized as tangible energy patterns, and lighting effects that responded intuitively to emotional shifts in the performance. "Absolutely spectacular," Principal Nezu commented afterward. "You've developed applications for your quirk that extend well beyond conventional hero work." This observation paralleled Izuku's own reflections. While his combat capabilities continued evolving through regular training, these creative applications opened new avenues for his spatial understanding. The festival's significance extended beyond performance when Eri attended as a special guest. The young girl had made remarkable progress in her rehabilitation, though she still struggled with emotional regulation and quirk control. This represented her first public outing since the rescue operation, a carefully monitored step in her socialization process. "Are you nervous?" Izuku asked her as they waited for the performance to begin. Eri nodded slightly, her small hand gripping his tightly. "What if my horn starts glowing? What if I can't control it?" "Then I'll help you," he assured her simply. "Just like we've practiced." Throughout the performance, Izuku maintained subtle spatial awareness of Eri's condition, prepared to implement stabilization techniques if necessary. Such intervention proved unnecessary. The young girl remained completely engrossed in the spectacular display, her delight gradually overcoming anxiety as she witnessed quirks being used for creation and joy rather than combat or harm. When she laughed for the first time, a genuine sound of happiness during a particularly beautiful light manipulation sequence, the significance wasn't lost on those familiar with her history. Recovery Girl, seated nearby, wiped away a discreet tear. "That," she remarked quietly to Aizawa, "is what healing truly looks like." The festival concluded without security incidents. though Izuku had detected and discreetly neutralized an attempted infiltration by Gentle Criminal, a flamboyant villain whose YouTube notoriety had motivated him to target the high-profile event. Rather than creating a public confrontation, Izuku had simply teleported to his approach position and calmly explained the consequences of disrupting an event providing joy to a traumatized child. "I understand showmanship and principles," he'd told the surprised villain and his companion, "but there are lines that separate misguided idealism from genuine harm." Something in Izuku's measured assessment had resonated with Gentle, who ultimately withdrew without incident, though not without extracting a promise from Izuku to discuss the philosophy of spectacle heroism at some future date. As the festival concluded and normal academic activities resumed, Izuku found himself increasingly approached by younger students seeking guidance on quirk application and control techniques. His reputation as both UA's most powerful student and someone who had helped restore Mirio's quirk generated substantial interest in his perspectives on ability development. This informal mentoring role complemented his continuing evolution as a hero in training. While his classmates focused primarily on combat techniques and special moves, Izuku increasingly explored the fundamental nature of spatial relationships, seeking understanding beyond application, theory beyond practice. This theoretical exploration would prove valuable sooner than expected, as Hero Society faced its next significant crisis. The announcement of Endeavor's official elevation to the #1 hero position generated mixed public reaction. While his combat record and resolved case numbers were unquestionable, the Flame Hero lacked All Might's charismatic reassurance, the sense of absolute security the former symbol of peace had provided. Izuku observed these societal dynamics with analytical interest, his 6 eyes perceiving subtle pattern shifts in public confidence metrics and villain activity correlations. When Aizawa selected him to observe Endeavor's first major operation as the new #1, he recognized the assignment's significance. "The public needs to see strong, capable heroes continuing All Might's legacy," Aizawa explained. "Your presence alongside Endeavor sends a message about the next generation's readiness." The operation involved tracking a group of artificially enhanced humans similar to the Nomu from previous villain incidents. Intelligence suggested these high-end Nomu possessed greater intelligence and quirk sophistication than earlier versions, representing a significant escalation in threat capability. Endeavor approached the assignment with characteristic intensity, though Izuku noted subtle changes in the Flame Hero's demeanor since their previous interactions. His aggression seemed more focused, his communication more deliberate, evidence of conscious effort to adapt to his new, symbolic role. "Your spatial perception may detect these creatures before conventional sensors," Endeavor acknowledged during the briefing. "If you identify distinctive energy patterns, alert me immediately rather than engaging independently." This professional respect represented significant evolution from their earlier interactions when Endeavor had dismissed student input regardless of its validity. Izuku recognized this adaptation as evidence of genuine growth, the Flame Hero adjusting to leadership requirements beyond raw combat power. The operation proceeded methodically until Izuku's 6 eyes detected an anomalous energy signature approaching their position at extraordinary speed. "Incoming," he warned, analyzing the distinctive pattern. "Single entity, multiple quirk signatures integrated into one biological system, more sophisticated than previous Nomu iterations." Before Endeavor could respond, the entity, later designated Hood, crashed into their position with devastating force. Unlike previous artificial humans, this creature displayed tactical intelligence and quirk coordination that immediately classified it as an apex threat. Regeneration, super strength, transformative biology, Izuku cataloged as he observed the creature's initial attack patterns, plus at least 3 additional quirks working in synchronized activation. Endeavor engaged immediately, flame techniques encompassing both offensive power and civilian protection as the confrontation quickly escalated. The high-end Nomu matched this intensity, its regenerative capabilities neutralizing damage faster than conventional attacks could accumulate it. "Conventional thermal approaches are ineffective," Izuku noted, observing the creature's adaptive biology. Its cellular structure reconfigures to increase heat resistance with each exposure. This analysis prompted Endeavor to adjust his technique, focusing flame intensity at specific anatomical targets rather than general application. The strategic refinement proved moderately more effective, though the creature's adaptability continued presenting significant challenges. When the Nomu suddenly accelerated its attack pattern, targeting civilians in nearby buildings, Izuku moved from observer to participant without hesitation. Using precision teleportation, he extracted endangered individuals moments before structural collapse, establishing safe collection points beyond the combat zone. Evacuation protocols active, he reported through the communication system, maintaining civilian security while you engage the primary threat. Endeavor acknowledged this support with a curt nod, his focus remaining on the increasingly dangerous confrontation. As the battle intensified, the high end demonstrated why it represented a generational advance over previous artificial humans, implementing sophisticated combo attacks that anticipated Endeavor's techniques and exploited conventional response patterns. When the creature suddenly generated multiple appendages with independent quirk activation, the situation deteriorated rapidly. One arm liquefied into acid projectiles targeting support structures, while another created concussive force waves that disrupted Endeavor's flame control. Most concerning, its primary attack form began displaying selective phasing properties, allowing it to bypass conventional defensive techniques. This entity was specifically designed to counter your fighting style, Izuku observed as Endeavor sustained significant injuries despite his formidable combat experience. The Flame Hero's response was grimly determined. Then I'll have to exceed its design parameters. What followed demonstrated why Endeavor had earned his professional ranking regardless of public relations challenges. Despite accumulating injuries, he implemented increasingly sophisticated flame techniques. Flash-fire fist combinations, prominence burn variations, and thermal control applications beyond his previously demonstrated repertoire. The high end matched this escalation, its regeneration accelerating and quirk combinations becoming more tactically coordinated. When it suddenly seized Endeavor in a grappling hold and ascended rapidly into the atmosphere, the strategic situation appeared increasingly dire. Izuku tracked their trajectory with his 6 eyes, calculating optimal intervention parameters. When the Nomu reached approximately 300 meters altitude and began a power dive designed to impact with lethal force, he implemented the necessary response. Dimensional transit, he stated, creating a teleportation marker at their projected impact point. As Endeavor and the high end plummeted toward the ground, Izuku activated a specialized spatial technique he'd been developing for extreme rescue scenarios, a gravitational deceleration field that gradually reduced velocity without causing decompression trauma. The field activated precisely as they reached the marker point, converting their kinetic energy into spatial distortion rather than impact force. Endeavor, recognizing the intervention, immediately capitalized on the momentary stabilization. His ultimate technique, Prominence Burn, activated at point-blank range, engulfing the Nomu in thermal energy exceeding anything previously recorded in Quirk registration databases. Plus Ultra, the Flame Hero growled as he channeled every available calorie into the conflagration. The combined intervention proved effective, Izuku's spatial manipulation preventing catastrophic impact, while Endeavor's maximum output finally overwhelmed the creature's regenerative capacity. When the flame subsided, the high-end's biological structure had been reduced to its core components, regeneration finally failing after repeated cellular reconstruction. The aftermath revealed both the operation's success and its costs. Endeavor had sustained severe injuries requiring immediate medical intervention, while significant property damage documented the confrontation's intensity. Media coverage focused extensively on this mixed outcome, acknowledging the threat's neutralization, while questioning whether the new number one could provide the same sense of security All Might had maintained. What many commentators failed to recognize, but Izuku's 6 eyes perceived clearly, was the battle's symbolic significance. Endeavor had demonstrated absolute commitment to civilian protection despite personal risk, prioritizing others' safety above his own survival probability. This represented genuine evolution in the Flame Hero's approach, suggesting that his understanding of the symbol position extended beyond combat statistics to the inspirational aspects All Might had embodied. During Endeavor's recovery, Izuku visited the hospital, bringing a detailed analysis of the High-End's quirk integration patterns he'd compiled from his observations. Its biological structure contained implementation weaknesses you exploited effectively, he noted, presenting the data to the bandaged hero. The regeneration prioritized central nervous system preservation over distributed function restoration. Endeavor studied the analysis with professional interest. You noticed this during the confrontation? Six Eyes perceive energy pathways more clearly than physical structures, Izuku explained. The quirk integration was sophisticated but fundamentally imbalanced. Their technical discussion gradually shifted to philosophical territory as Endeavor considered the broader implications of the incident. All Might made it look effortless, the Flame Hero acknowledged with uncharacteristic contemplation. The balance between combat effectiveness and public reassurance. I focused exclusively on the former for most of my career. Different heroes provide different forms of security, Izuku responded. All Might's approach was uniquely suited to his personality and power expression. Your path will necessarily differ. This perspective seemed to resonate with Endeavor's evolving self-concept. The next generation will define heroism differently than mine did, he noted, studying Izuku with evaluative interest. Your generation has witnessed both the pinnacle of the symbol system and its limitations. This observation aligned with patterns Izuku's Six Eyes had been tracking throughout hero society: subtle shifts in public expectations, professional methodologies, and institutional structures as the post-All Might era continued unfolding. The transition extended beyond individual heroes to the fundamental relationship between quirk-based protection and societal stability. As he departed the hospital, Izuku reflected on these emerging patterns. His spatial perception had been evolving beyond physical dimensions to include more abstract relationships, causal sequences, probability distributions, and temporal correlations that conventional analysis overlooked. This expanded awareness suggested that hero society was approaching another significant inflection point, one that would test not just combat capabilities, but adaptive capacity across the entire professional ecosystem. This adaptive capacity faced direct assessment when UA implemented its joint training exercise between classes 1A and 1B. Designed to evaluate comparative development after months of specialized training, the exercise organized students into mixed teams for structured combat scenarios. Izuku's participation generated particular interest among faculty observers. His overwhelming victory during the sports festival had established performance expectations that subsequent field experiences had only reinforced. The question wasn't whether he would perform effectively, but how his presence would influence team dynamics and opponent strategies. Remember, Aizawa instructed during the briefing, this exercise evaluates cooperation and tactical adaptation, not individual power display. Victory conditions require team objective completion, not opponent elimination. When team assignments were announced, Izuku found himself grouped with Uraraka, Mina, and Sero, a mobility-focused composition with complementary quirk applications. Their opponents from Class 1B included Monoma, Tsunotori, Shishida, and Kuroiro, a team specifically designed to counter conventional spatial control through copying, black hole absorption, and misdirection techniques. They've been studying your abilities, Uraraka noted as they prepared for the exercise. Monoma specifically requested this matchup. Sensible, Izuku acknowledged, adjusting his sunglasses. Counter-strategy development is fundamental to professional advancement. When the exercise commenced in the specialized training facility, Class 1B's approach immediately confirmed this assessment. Rather than engaging directly, they implemented a distributed avoidance pattern, maintaining minimum safe distance while Monoma attempted to secure a copying opportunity. Interesting, Izuku observed as their opponents systematically evaded conventional pursuit vectors. They've developed specific counter protocols for spatial manipulation. Kuroiro's black quirk proved particularly effective, allowing him to transport teammates through shadow dimensions that temporarily evaded Izuku's conventional spatial tracking. Similarly, Tsunotori's horn cannon created projectile distraction patterns designed to fragment attention rather than inflict damage. They're trying to isolate you from our team, Sero realized as the pattern became evident. Creating separate engagement zones to neutralize your coordination capacity. This tactical approach demonstrated sophisticated analysis of previous confrontations, focusing not on overcoming Izuku's abilities directly, but on minimizing their battlefield impact through environmental manipulation and team segregation. Rather than countering with overwhelming force, Izuku adjusted to this challenge with characteristic adaptability. Let's give them what they expect, he suggested to his teammates, while implementing something they haven't anticipated. The strategy that followed demonstrated why Izuku's effectiveness extended beyond raw power to tactical innovation. While appearing to engage according to Class 1B's expected parameters, responding to division attempts with conventional spatial techniques, he simultaneously established a network of specialized teleportation markers throughout the battlefield. Ashido, acid perimeter at coordinate 6, he directed. Sero, tape capture preparation at 9. Uraraka, gravity manipulation standing by. When Monoma finally maneuvered into position to copy Izuku's quirk, a moment their opponents had clearly designated as their primary opportunity, the expected power transfer occurred. The Class 1B student immediately activated what he believed to be Limitless, preparing to implement his team's prepared counter-strategy. "I've studied your techniques extensively," Monoma declared with characteristic confidence. "Infinity, blue, red, all aspects of spatial manipulation now temporarily mine." Izuku observed this with genuine interest. Six Eyes and Limitless aren't conventional quirks, he noted. They're inherited techniques requiring specialized biological structures and extensive training. Copying the activation pattern doesn't transfer the underlying architecture. This fundamental misconception became immediately apparent when Monoma attempted to implement spatial manipulation. Rather than the controlled distortion he expected, he experienced dramatic sensory overload as Six Eyes activated without the neurological adaptations necessary to process their enhanced perception. "Too much information," he gasped, immediately deactivating the copied ability. "How do you possibly filter all that input?" "Years of specialized training," Izuku replied simply. "The techniques aren't plug-and-play applications." This moment of distraction proved decisive. With Monoma temporarily incapacitated and Class 1B's strategy disrupted, Izuku activated his prepared teleportation network. In rapid sequence, he transported his teammates to optimal interception positions throughout the battlefield, each arriving precisely where their specialized abilities could most effectively neutralize specific opponents. Ashido's acid created containment perimeters that restricted movement options. Sero's tape established capture opportunities through strategic placement, and Uraraka's gravity manipulation disrupted evasion capabilities at critical junctures. Izuku himself provided coordination rather than direct engagement, demonstrating leadership capacity beyond individual combat effectiveness. Within minutes, Class 1B's team was secured through this perfectly synchronized operation. What observers found most noteworthy wasn't the victory itself, but its methodology. Izuku's willingness to prioritize team effectiveness over personal power display, using his spatial abilities to enhance others rather than dominate independently. Effective coordination, Vlad King acknowledged during the post-exercise assessment, particularly the quirk amplification applications. Using spatial manipulation to optimize teammate positioning represents advanced tactical understanding. This evaluation highlighted an evolving aspect of Izuku's approach to heroism, recognition that his greatest contribution might sometimes involve empowering others rather than demonstrating individual supremacy. This perspective continued developing throughout subsequent training matches, where he consistently implemented strategies that showcased classmates' capabilities while providing crucial support through precise spatial applications. When the joint exercise concluded, students from both classes had demonstrated significant growth since their sports festival confrontations. For Izuku specifically, faculty assessments noted his technical refinement and tactical maturity, qualities that complemented his overwhelming power with strategic sophistication. "Your control has improved remarkably," All Might commented during a private feedback session. "Not just technical precision, but proportional application. Knowing when to constrain output is as important as maximum capacity. This observation aligned with Izuku's own developmental focus. While his spatial manipulation continued advancing toward dimensional mastery, his philosophical approach increasingly emphasized efficiency over raw demonstration, using precisely calibrated techniques rather than overwhelming force. This refinement would prove valuable during his next professional placement, an internship with the newly established Endeavor Agency, where proportional application and public perception management represented critical skill requirements. The Endeavor Agency internship represented more than conventional professional experience. Following his high-end confrontation and subsequent recovery, the Flame Hero had initiated significant operational reforms, restructuring his agency to emphasize mentorship and professional development alongside combat effectiveness. When Izuku received the placement offer alongside Bakugo and Todoroki, the assignment's symbolic significance was immediately apparent. The three highest-performing students from UA's Hero course would train under the new number 1, representing both continuity and evolution in the post-All Might professional landscape. He specifically requested U3, Aizawa explained during the briefing. Todoroki for obvious familial reasons, Bakugo for combat specialization, and U for spatial analysis capabilities represent significant evolution in Endeavor's operational philosophy. Upon arriving at the agency, the students discovered an environment in active transformation. New protocols emphasized team coordination rather than solo operation. Civilian interaction training had been implemented alongside combat drills, and psychological support services were now available for Hero personnel experiencing trauma responses. The agency is adapting to post-symbol requirements, Endeavor explained during their orientation. Hero operations must evolve beyond All Might's individual paradigm toward sustainable institutional frameworks. This philosophical shift manifested in their first assignment, a distributed patrol pattern covering a commercial district experiencing subtle increases in quirk-related incidents. Rather than conventional crime suppression, the operation emphasized preventive presence and community engagement. Public confidence remains our primary objective, like Endeavor instructed as they departed. Visible, approachable hero presence provides security perception that statistical improvements alone cannot achieve. This emphasis on perception alongside performance represented significant evolution in the Flame Hero's approach. Previously focused exclusively on combat metrics and case resolution numbers, he now demonstrated growing awareness of heroism's psychological dimensions, the reassurance effective hero presence provided beyond physical protection. For Izuku, this alignment with patterns his 6 eyes had been tracking throughout society provided validation of his evolving perspective. As they implemented the patrol protocol, his spatial awareness extended beyond physical threats to encompass emotional energy distributions throughout the district, anxiety clusters, confidence patterns, and security perception indicators that conventional analysis overlooked. Interesting approach to district coverage, he noted to Endeavor after their initial circuit. The patrol route correlates with psychological security thresholds rather than conventional crime probability mapping. The Flame Hero studied him with increased interest. You notice that aspect of the design. Most focus exclusively on the physical distribution parameters. 6 eyes perceive energy patterns beyond physical manifestations, Izuku explained. Emotional states generate distinctive signatures within spatial relationships. This perspective proved valuable when they encountered their first significant incident, a quirk activation accident in a shopping complex where a child's uncontrolled ability had created rapidly expanding crystal structures throughout the facility. Conventional emergency response focused on evacuation and containment, while Endeavor's team addressed the activation source directly. The crystallization is accelerating exponentially, Bakugo reported as they assessed the situation. Structural integrity compromised in multiple sections. Endeavor turned to Izuku. Assessment? Mineralization quirk with unintentional environmental propagation, he replied, 6 eyes analyzing the energy pattern. The child is experiencing anxiety-driven amplification, fear increasing output in a cascading feedback loop. This analysis immediately shifted the response approach. Rather than implementing quirk suppression, Izuku teleported directly to the child's location. A terrified young boy huddled within a crystal formation that continued expanding around him. "It's all right," Izuku assured him, kneeling to eye level while creating a gentle spatial boundary that temporarily contained the crystallization. "Your quirk is just trying to protect you." The boy stared at him with tear-filled eyes. "I can't make it stop." "That's because you're scared," Izuku explained gently. "Fear makes quirks behave differently sometimes. Let me show you something." With careful precision, he created a small spatial distortion that interacted harmoniously with the crystal formation, causing specific sections to refract light in beautiful rainbow patterns rather than continuing their structural expansion. "See?" he continued as the child's attention shifted to the colorful display. "When you're calm, your quirk can create beautiful things." This approach, addressing emotional state rather than quirk mechanics, gradually stabilized the activation pattern. As the boy's anxiety diminished, crystal production slowed until finally stopping completely. More significantly, existing formations became responsive to his emerging control attempts, allowing for systematic reduction rather than destructive removal. Efficient resolution, Endeavor acknowledged when evacuation completed without casualties, addressing the activation source rather than symptoms. Throughout the internship, similar incidents demonstrated the effectiveness of this integrated approach, combining Endeavor's commanding presence, Bakugo's combat precision, Todoroki's environmental control, and Izuku's spatial analysis to address increasingly complex urban scenarios. This collaborative methodology produced results exceeding conventional effectiveness metrics. Crime rates throughout their patrol districts decreased significantly. Public approval ratings improved across demographic categories, and hero candidate applications for Endeavor agency positions increased exponentially. The public responds to demonstrated competence, the Flame Hero noted during their performance review. Not just power display, but proportional application and evident professionalism. For Izuku specifically, the internship provided valuable insights into professional integration of his evolving abilities. While his combat capacity remained overwhelming, his contributions to systematic improvement and institutional development demonstrated leadership potential beyond tactical applications. When their placement concluded, Endeavor provided individualized assessments that revealed his growing mentorship capacity. For Izuku, the evaluation emphasized his unique perceptive abilities while identifying areas for continued refinement. "Your spatial analysis capabilities exceed anything in current professional registry," the Flame Hero noted. However, translating these perceptions into implementable protocols for conventional heroes requires further development. The gap between what you perceive and what others can practically apply remains significant. This assessment identified a challenge Izuku had been increasingly recognizing himself. His evolving spatial understanding encompassed relationships and dimensions that conventional quirk applications couldn't easily integrate. Bridging this perception gap represented his next significant developmental threshold. As the students departed the agency, Endeavor offered a final observation that demonstrated his own philosophical evolution. The symbol of peace model relied on singular embodiment of security. The future requires distributed reassurance through institutional excellence. Your generation will define that transition. This perspective aligned with patterns Izuku's Six Eyes had been tracking throughout hero society: gradual reconfiguration from individual icon dependency towards systematic resilience. The transition remained incomplete, however, with significant vulnerability during the evolutionary process. This vulnerability would soon manifest in unexpected ways, as societal pressures and emerging threats converged to create the next major crisis for hero society. The emergence of public hero criticism represented predictable response to perceived security degradation following All Might's retirement. What proved less anticipated was the sophisticated coordination behind these movements. Anonymous online campaigns, strategic media placements, and carefully orchestrated public confrontations that systematically undermined confidence in hero institutions. Izuku's Six Eyes detected pattern consistency, suggesting organized direction rather than spontaneous development. When he shared this analysis with UA faculty, it generated significant concern among leadership personnel. Coordinated societal destabilization preceding increased villain activity, Principal Nezu summarized during the security briefing, consistent with historical patterns preceding major upheaval periods. This assessment received confirmation when a previously unknown operative calling himself Skeptic began publishing classified hero information online, patrol schedules, quirk weaknesses, family connections, and other sensitive data that dramatically increased professional vulnerability. Simultaneously, a vigilante movement identifying as the Meta Liberation Army initiated public operations throughout multiple districts. Their manifesto advocated unrestricted quirk expression as a fundamental right, positioning hero regulation as institutional oppression rather than necessary security infrastructure. For hero students approaching graduation, these developments created significant operational challenges. While continuing their academic requirements, many found themselves increasingly involved in real-world security operations as professional agencies stretched beyond conventional capacity. For Izuku specifically, this period marked transition from student participant to strategic coordinator. His 6 eyes provided unique capacity to identify pattern correlations across seemingly unrelated incidents, while his spatial manipulation enabled rapid response to emerging threats across distributed locations. This elevated responsibility became formalized when the Hero Public Safety Commission established a specialized response unit composed of advanced students with provisional licenses and selected pro-heroes. Designated the Vanguard Action Squad, this unit received authority to implement coordinated interventions against highest priority threats, while conventional forces maintain general security operations. Your perceptive abilities provide critical intelligence advantages, the Commission representative explained during Izuku's briefing. While other units handle distributed response, your team will address convergence points where multiple threat vectors intersect. This assignment represented unprecedented responsibility for hero students, reflecting both the escalating situation severity and institutional recognition of their demonstrated capabilities. For Izuku's classmates, it provided validation of their developmental progress. For Izuku himself, it created opportunity to implement coordination methodologies he'd been theoretically developing throughout his training. Conventional response protocols rely on reactionary positioning, he explained, during their first operational planning session. With 6 eyes providing pattern recognition across distributed incidents, we can implement predictive intervention at optimal convergence points. This approach proved immediately effective when applied to Meta Liberation Army activities. Rather than responding to individual manifestations, Izuku's analysis identified organizational communication patterns that revealed coordination hubs and leadership structures beneath the apparent decentralization. Their operational security relies on conventional concealment techniques, he noted as they prepared for their first major intervention. But quirk energy signatures create distinctive correlation patterns invisible to standard detection methods. The operation that followed demonstrated why the Commission had authorized such significant responsibility for students still completing their education. Using Izuku's spatial coordination, the Vanguard team simultaneously neutralized 7 distribution nodes across 3 prefectures, disrupting the Liberation Army's command structure without a single casualty or property damage incident. This unprecedented effectiveness generated significant media attention, positive coverage that partially countered the prevailing criticism narrative. More concerning for Izuku, however, was the pattern adjustment his 6 eyes detected immediately following their success. They adapted instantly, he reported during the debriefing, implementing completely different communication protocols within hours of our intervention. This suggests sophisticated contingency planning beyond conventional non-state actor capacity. This assessment proved accurate when subsequent operations encountered increasingly coordinated resistance. Liberation Army cells demonstrated tactical evolution that suggested professional security background, while information leaks continued despite aggressive counterintelligence efforts. The situation escalated dramatically when the Liberation Army leadership revealed itself publicly, prominent business leader Rikiya Yotsubashi announcing his identity as Redestro and claiming responsibility for the movement's activities. Rather than operating from concealment, the organization now openly challenged Hero Society's legitimacy, presenting itself as civil rights advocacy rather than criminal enterprise. This strategic pivot created jurisdiction complications that temporarily restricted Hero response options. While the Commission navigated these legal complexities, Izuku continued analyzing emerging patterns through his increasingly sophisticated spatial perception. The Liberation Army is a distraction operation, he concluded after extensive analysis. Their activities generate media focus and resource allocation while a different threat vector develops without scrutiny. This assessment initially faced skepticism until Izuku presented correlation data demonstrating systematic relationship between Liberation Army incidents and subtle Nomu development indicators throughout multiple regions. The pattern suggested coordinated effort between seemingly opposed organizations, the Public Liberation Army and the Covert League of Villains. Destro's manifesto emphasizes Quirk liberation, while Shigaraki advocates Quirk supremacy, he explained during the high-priority briefing. Ideologically incompatible positions disguising tactical alignment for strategic advantage. When intelligence confirmed communication between these organizations, emergency protocols activated throughout the Hero network. For Izuku's Vanguard unit, this meant transition from distributed response to concentrated intervention targeting the suspected coordination hub, a remote facility where representatives from both organizations appeared to be converging. The operation that followed represented the most significant Hero mobilization since Kamino Ward. Multiple professional teams established perimeter containment while Izuku's specialized unit prepared for direct facility intervention. His 6 eyes provided continuous assessment of interior energy signatures, identifying approximately 40 individuals with active quirks distributed throughout the complex. Shigaraki and Redestro are both present, he reported as they finalized approach vectors, along with something unusual, an energy signature unlike anything in our classification system. This anomalous detection raised the operation priority significantly. When the intervention commenced, Izuku teleported his team directly to the facility's central chamber, bypassing external security measures through precise spatial calculation. What they discovered exceeded even worst-case scenario projections. Shigaraki and Redestro stood before what appeared to be a specialized containment system housing a young woman with extraordinary energy output. Multiple monitoring systems recorded her condition, while technical personnel made adjustments to the containment parameters. "Welcome to our demonstration," Shigaraki greeted them with disturbing casualness. "You're just in time to witness the birth of a new paradigm." Izuku's 6 eyes immediately analyzed the contained individual, his perception extending beyond physical appearance to the complex energy structure underlying her condition. Quirk experimentation, he realized with growing concern. They're attempting to artificially evolve her ability beyond biological limitations. Redestro smiled with corporate smoothness. "Not attempting, succeeding. Quirk expression represents humanity's evolutionary frontier. We're simply accelerating natural development." Before the Hero team could implement containment protocols, Shigaraki activated a specialized device that released the subject's restraints. The young woman, later identified as civilian Himiko Toga, immediately manifested transformation capabilities exceeding anything in Quirk registration databases. Conventional transformation requires blood consumption for genetic template acquisition, Izuku noted as he observed her instantly adopting multiple appearances without apparent material transfer. This version implements transformation through conceptual recognition rather than biological sampling. This analysis proved accurate as Toga demonstrated ability to transform not just physical appearance but quirk functionality as well, adopting capabilities from individuals she had merely observed rather than sampled. This unprecedented evolution represented fundamental violation of established quirk development parameters. Perfect demonstration of liberation potential, Redestro declared with evident satisfaction. When artificial limitations are removed, quirk expression achieves its natural potential. The confrontation that followed demonstrated why conventional hero protocols remained inadequate for emerging threat vectors. Toga's evolved transformation created tactical uncertainty that fragmented the response team's coordination, while Liberation Army and League members implemented complementary attack patterns that exploited conventional containment procedures. For Izuku, the situation required immediate adaptation beyond established methodology. Rather than engaging directly, he implemented a specialized spatial technique developed specifically for quirk containment scenarios. Domain expansion limitless void, he stated, removing his sunglasses as his 6 eyes glowed with intense azure energy. The technique that manifested transcended his previous applications, creating not just spatial distortion, but dimensional partition that isolated the entire confrontation within a controlled environment. Within this domain, conventional physics yielded to his spatial parameters, allowing precise regulation of energy transfer and quirk activation throughout the affected area. What is this? Shigaraki demanded as his decay quirk suddenly found itself unable to propagate beyond precisely defined boundaries. Dimensional partition, Izuku explained calmly, a space where quirk activation requires my authorization. This unprecedented control mechanism created opportunity for systematic neutralization without escalating destruction. Team members methodically secured Liberation Army and League operatives while Izuku maintained the domain's stability, preventing quirk-based countermeasures throughout the process. When they reached Toga, however, her evolved transformation presented unique containment challenges. Conventional restraint systems proved inadequate for her accelerated adaptation rate, while quirk suppression technology failed to recognize her evolved activation parameters. Interesting evolution pattern, Izuku noted as he studied her condition more carefully. The enhancement process created recursive adaptation pathways, each constraint generating corresponding evolutionary response. This analysis suggested conventional containment would ultimately fail regardless of applied technology. Rather than pursuing this unsustainable approach, Izuku implemented an alternative solution developed through his deepening understanding of dimensional relationships. Spatial quarantine, he stated, creating a specialized containment field around Toga. This doesn't suppress your quirk. It establishes dimensional constants that prevent recursive adaptation beyond established parameters. This sophisticated application represented significant advancement beyond conventional quirk suppression. Rather than fighting the evolutionary process directly, it established boundary conditions that channeled adaptation along predictable pathways, creating stability without requiring continuous escalation. When the operation concluded, over 30 Liberation Army and League operatives had been secured without civilian casualties or significant property damage. More importantly, the artificial quirk evolution program had been interrupted before achieving large-scale implementation, preventing widespread destabilization of established quirk regulation frameworks. The aftermath revealed disturbing implications regarding vulnerability within hero society itself. Evidence recovered during the operation confirmed Izuku's earlier assessment. Information leaks originated from within hero organizations rather than external infiltration, suggesting institutional compromise at fundamental levels. Someone with significant access has been coordinating with these organizations, he reported during the classified debriefing. The correlation patterns indicate systematic rather than opportunistic disclosure. This revelation prompted establishment of compartmentalized security protocols throughout hero institutions, reducing information sharing while increasing verification requirements for sensitive data access. For Izuku specifically, it created new leadership responsibilities, as his perceptibilities proved crucial for identifying authentic versus compromised communication channels. As hero society implemented these protective measures, public discourse continued evolving in concerning directions. Media coverage increasingly emphasized institutional vulnerability rather than operational effectiveness, while public confidence metrics showed accelerating decline across demographic categories. This societal context created conditions for the next significant escalation, international involvement that would test even Izuku's extraordinary capabilities. The arrival of American hero Star and Stripe represented unprecedented international intervention in Japan's internal security situation. As the United States' top-ranked professional and wielder of the reality-altering New Order quirk, Her presence signaled recognition that local developments carried global security implications. The proliferation of artificial humans and quirk evolution technology represents existential threat beyond national boundaries, she explained during the coordination briefing. International hero cooperation has become necessary for effective containment. For Izuku, Star's arrival provided opportunity to analyze one of the world's most powerful quirks directly. His six eyes perceived the unique energy structure underlying New Order, a reality interface mechanism that allowed limited rule imposition upon targets within specific parameters. Fascinating implementation, he noted during their initial quirk coordination session. New Order establishes causal override protocols within localized reference frames, similar to spatial manipulation but operating through regulatory constraint rather than dimensional reconfiguration. Star studied him with professional interest. Six Eyes and Limitless. Historical techniques rather than conventional quirks. Your analysis capacity exceeds even specialized measurement equipment. This mutual professional respect facilitated development of coordinated response protocols integrating their complementary abilities. Where Star's New Order could establish localized rule systems with absolute enforcement, Izuku's spatial manipulation could extend implementation boundaries beyond conventional range limitations. By establishing teleportation markers throughout potential engagement zones, he explained during strategic planning, we can extend rule implementation to distributed targets simultaneously, rather than sequential application. This approach demonstrated why international cooperation provided advantages beyond simple resource addition. The quirk synthesis methodologies developed through their collaboration created intervention capabilities exceeding either individual's separate application potential. When intelligence identified another Nomu production facility operating with evolved quirk integration technology, this collaboration faced its first operational implementation. The facility, concealed beneath an abandoned industrial complex, reportedly housed next-generation artificial humans, incorporating multiple quirk systems beyond previous biological limitations. Conventional containment protocols will prove inadequate, Izuku assessed as they prepared for intervention. These entities likely incorporate dimensional interface capabilities specifically designed to counter standard suppression techniques. This evaluation prompted development of a specialized approach, integrating New Order's rule establishment with limitless spatial manipulation. Rather than conventional capture methodology, they would implement coordinated reality constraints that prevented quirk activation regardless of biological evolution level. When the operation commenced, Izuku teleported their specialized team directly to the facility's central production chamber, bypassing external security systems through precise spatial calculation. What they discovered exceeded even worst-case intelligence projections. Multiple containment systems housed evolution stage Nomu in various development phases, while monitoring equipment recorded biological adaptation to increasingly complex quirk integration protocols. Most concerning was the central figure overseeing this process, All for One himself, operating through a proxy body while his primary form remained secured elsewhere. The international response team, he greeted them with disturbing cordiality. Your arrival was anticipated, though perhaps sooner than our models projected. Star immediately implemented her primary countermeasure. New Order, the atmosphere in this facility cannot be used by villains. The reality alteration took effect instantly, creating respiratory distress among facility personnel while leaving the hero team unaffected. Simultaneously, Izuku established spatial boundaries around high-priority targets, isolating them from potential escape vectors. Rather than displaying concern, All for One merely smiled. Impressive coordination. However, anticipation allows for preparation. With this statement, he activated a specialized device that released the most advanced Nomu from containment, a humanoid entity with iridescent skin and multiple embedded equipment components. Unlike previous artificial humans, this specimen displayed neither aggression nor mindless compliance, instead observing the confrontation with evident tactical assessment. Shigaraki wasn't our only evolution project, All for One explained as the entity moved with unnatural precision. This specimen was designed specifically for quirk acquisition under combat conditions. The implication became immediately apparent when the Nomu focused its attention on Star, its biological structure reconfiguring to establish compatibility parameters for her reality alteration quirk. This represented unprecedented threat escalation, an artificial human specifically designed to assimilate New Order's reality interface capabilities. Priority target identified, Izuku communicated through the team channel. Preventing quirk assimilation takes precedence over all-for-one containment. Star had already reached the same conclusion, implementing her defensive protocol. New Order, my quirk cannot be stolen. This rule establishment should have provided absolute protection given New Order's operational parameters. Instead, the Nomu's specialized biology began generating counter-adaptation mechanisms, molecular structures specifically designed to circumvent rule implementation through biological interface rather than direct quirk transfer. It's creating a biological facsimile rather than stealing the original, Izuku observed with concern, replicating functional parameters without triggering theft classification. This sophisticated countermeasure demonstrated why the artificial evolution program represented existential threat beyond conventional classification. The Nomu had been designed with specific knowledge of New Order's operational limitations, incorporating bypass mechanisms that exploited definitional constraints within the quirk's own structure. For Star, this presented unprecedented vulnerability, her most reliable defense proven ineffective against specialized adaptation. When the Nomu initiated direct engagement, her combat experience and physical enhancement provided temporary advantage, but its continuous evolution rapidly narrowed this capability gap. The situation deteriorated further when All for One activated additional facility systems, releasing evolved Nomu throughout the complex while simultaneously implementing communications disruption that isolated the intervention team from external support. Conventional tactical response would have prioritized containment over specialized target protection, potentially sacrificing Star to prevent facility-wide contamination. Izuku's response demonstrated why his strategic understanding had evolved beyond conventional parameters. Rather than fragmenting attention across multiple threats, he implemented a specialized technique developed through his deepening dimensional perception. Dimensional bifurcation, he stated, creating a spatial division that isolated Star and the acquisition Nomu within a separate reality pocket, while maintaining the primary team's presence in the main facility. This unprecedented application transcended conventional spatial manipulation, effectively creating parallel operational theaters that prevented resource division while enabling specialized response to distinct threat vectors. Within the isolated pocket, Izuku could focus exclusively on the acquisition Nomu, while the primary team addressed facility containment independently. Impressive evolution, Star acknowledged as she recognized the dimensional isolation. Your spatial manipulation has transcended conventional physics. The acquisition Nomu recognized this tactical shift immediately, its adaptive systems reconfiguring to address the new operational parameters. Rather than continuing its attempt to replicate New Order, it now focused on disrupting the dimensional boundary itself, generating specialized energy frequencies designed to destabilize spatial coherence. It's attacking the dimensional partition directly, Izuku noted with analytical interest, attempting to collapse our isolated reference frame back into the primary reality. This sophisticated counter-strategy confirmed the artificial evolution program's advanced capability, creating entities that could adapt to unprecedented techniques through accelerated biological reconfiguration. Conventional containment would ultimately fail against such adaptive capacity regardless of initial effectiveness. Recognizing this fundamental limitation, Izuku implemented an alternative approach developed through his evolving understanding of dimensional relationships. The acquisition process requires establishing compatible interface structures, he explained to Star as they coordinated response. Rather than preventing the process directly, we can redirect it toward controlled parameters. This perspective aligned with Star's tactical assessment. Guided acquisition rather than prevention. What parameters do you suggest? New Order's rule establishment operates through specific activation language, Izuku noted. If you establish a final rule with carefully constructed logical constraints, any acquisition would incorporate those limitations permanently. This approach represented sophisticated exploitation of the Nomu's own acquisition mechanisms, using its adaptation process as implementation vector for permanent constraints that would prevent future misuse, regardless of control transition. The technique required precise linguistic construction to prevent loophole exploitation while ensuring comprehensive coverage. New Order. Any entity possessing this quirk cannot harm innocent beings through any direct or indirect means, Star declared, establishing her final rule with careful precision. The acquisition Nomu, unable to recognize this strategic implementation through its tactical adaptation programming, continued its biological interface development. When the process finally completed, it successfully replicated New Order's functionality, but with the permanent constraint structure now embedded within its operational parameters. Acquisition successful but functionally neutralized, Izuku observed as the Nomu attempted to implement offensive applications only to encounter absolute restriction through the embedded rule structure. This outcome represented partial victory rather than complete success. While preventing harmful application of the replicated quirk, they had failed to maintain Star's original possession, leaving her without her defining ability. More concerning was the biological integration now providing All for One's organization with technological insights regarding reality alteration mechanisms, even with application restrictions intact. When dimensional reintegration restored them to the primary facility, they discovered the broader operation had achieved containment objectives: evolved Nomu secured, personnel detained, and research data preserved for analysis. All for One himself had escaped through prepared contingencies, though his proxy body had been disabled during the confrontation. The operation's aftermath generated significant reassessment throughout international hero coordination structures. Star's loss of New Order, even with acquisition constraints intact, represented unprecedented capability transfer with strategic implications beyond national boundaries. For Izuku specifically, it prompted accelerated development of his dimensional perception applications, recognition that conventional spatial understanding remained inadequate for emerging threat vectors. The dimensional bifurcation technique represents significant evolution beyond recorded applications, Star noted during their debriefing. Your understanding of spatial relationships has transcended historical parameters. This assessment aligned with Izuku's own developmental awareness. His spatial manipulation had been evolving beyond physical dimensions to include more abstract relationships, causal sequences, probability distributions, and reality interfaces that conventional quirk theory classified as separate domains rather than integrated systems. As Star prepared to return to America, her professional status adjusted to reflect her altered capability profile, she offered Izuku a perspective that resonated with his evolving understanding. Quirk theory traditionally separates spatial, temporal, and causal manipulation into distinct categories, she observed. Your techniques suggest these distinctions are artificial rather than fundamental, different aspects of unified dimensional relationships rather than separate phenomena. This integrated perspective aligned with patterns Izuku's six eyes had been increasingly perceiving throughout his developmental progression. What appeared as distinct quirk classifications within conventional analysis revealed themselves as variations within unified dimensional fabric when perceived through sufficiently advanced understanding. This philosophical evolution would prove crucial during the next significant crisis, as the long-suspected traitor within UA finally revealed themselves through actions that threatened the institution's foundational integrity. The revelation of Yuga Aoyama's forced collaboration with All for One represented security breach beyond conventional infiltration parameters. Unlike deliberate betrayal motivated by ideological alignment, his actions stemmed from parental coercion and quirk-related blackmail, exploitation of family vulnerability rather than malicious intent. For Class 1A, this discovery generated complex emotional response beyond tactical assessment. Aoyama had been their classmate through multiple crisis events, sharing both classroom experiences and combat operations throughout their developmental progression. His deception, regardless of motivational factors, created trust disruption that threatened their operational cohesion. For Izuku specifically, the situation presented unique assessment challenges. His six eyes had detected anomalous energy patterns in Aoyama's interactions previously, but without correlation to specific threat vectors. These observations had remained categorized as individual quirk expression variations rather than external influence indicators. "I should have recognized the pattern," he acknowledged during the emergency response briefing. The fluctuations in his energy signature during specific communication sequences indicated reception of external direction rather than autonomous decision-making. This retrospective analysis highlighted limitations in even his extraordinary perception, the ability to detect anomalous patterns without necessarily identifying their causal relationships or significance without sufficient contextual framework. This recognition prompted methodological refinement in his ongoing situational assessment protocols. The immediate security implications extended beyond individual accountability to institutional vulnerability assessment. If All for One had successfully implemented long-term infiltration through familial coercion, similar vectors likely existed throughout hero society, creating systematic information compromise beyond isolated incident parameters. "We need to identify the communication methodology," Izuku noted during the investigation planning. "The transmission vector between All for One and the Aoyama family would require specialized implementation to avoid detection by conventional security systems." This analytical focus provided concrete investigative direction beyond emotional response management. Through systematic examination of Aoyama's equipment and personal effects, they identified a specialized transmission device incorporated within his hero costume components, technology that established quantum entanglement communication beyond conventional detection parameters. More significant than the technology itself was the manufacturing signature it contained, component design elements matching equipment recovered during previous League of Villains operations. This correlation confirmed suspicions regarding unified coordination across seemingly disparate villain organizations throughout recent crisis events. "They've been operating as integrated network rather than independent actors," Izuku concluded after analyzing the correlation patterns. "Different operational facades concealing centralized strategic direction." This assessment elevated response priority throughout hero society, transforming perspective from distributed threat management to coordinated counter-network operations. For UA specifically, it necessitated comprehensive security reassessment beyond conventional parameter verification to include psychological vulnerability evaluation throughout affiliated personnel. For Aoyama himself, the situation created complex legal and ethical questions regarding accountability and rehabilitation potential. His actions had indisputably compromised institutional security, yet the coercive context established mitigating factors beyond conventional betrayal classification. During the formal interrogation process, Izuku requested permission to implement specialized assessment methodology beyond standard questioning protocols. Rather than conventional deception detection, he proposed using his evolving spatial perception to analyze Aoyama's response patterns directly, perceiving emotional authenticity through energy configuration rather than physical indicators. Conventional interrogation relies on physiological response interpretation, he explained to the security committee. Six eyes can perceive emotional energy patterns directly, providing authenticity assessment beyond deliberate control capabilities. This approach received authorization given the situation's unprecedented nature and potential intelligence value. When implemented, it revealed emotional dynamics confirming Aoyama's account regarding coercive circumstances and genuine remorse, patterns inconsistent with deliberate ideological alignment. His regret signature shows authentic distress rather than performance simulation, Izuku reported after the assessment. The emotional energy configuration indicates prolonged psychological strain consistent with coercive compliance rather than voluntary participation. This verification provided foundation for rehabilitation consideration rather than permanent expulsion, though significant security protocols would necessarily remain in place during any reintegration process. More immediately, it facilitated development of counter-strategy regarding the established communication channel, potential implementation as controlled information vector rather than immediate neutralization. If All for One believes his infiltration remains undetected, Izuku suggested during strategy development, we could utilize the established channel for disinformation distribution rather than eliminating it entirely. This approach represented sophisticated counterintelligence methodology beyond conventional security response, potentially generating strategic advantage through perceived vulnerability rather than demonstrated countermeasure implementation. After careful consideration, the Security Committee authorized limited implementation under specialized oversight protocols. The controlled information program that followed demonstrated why psychological understanding provided advantages beyond technological countermeasures. By maintaining Aoyama's apparent operational status while carefully engineering his transmitted information, they established false confidence within All for One's planning parameters that would ultimately create critical vulnerability in his operational security. For Aoyama himself, this process provided redemption opportunity beyond passive acceptance, active contribution toward neutralizing the threat his compromised position had previously facilitated. Though psychological support remained necessary throughout this process, the constructive application helped address the profound guilt his situation had generated. "You're helping protect everyone now," Izuku assured him during a particularly difficult implementation phase. "That doesn't erase previous harm, but it creates positive contribution beyond the damage." This perspective reflected Izuku's evolving understanding regarding rehabilitation versus punishment within Hero Society's operational framework. While accountability remained necessary for system integrity, punitive response without rehabilitation opportunity undermined the fundamental protective purpose hero institutions were designed to serve. As the Controlled Information Program continued generating intelligence regarding All for One's organizational structure and operational planning, broader preparations accelerated throughout Hero Society. Training protocols emphasized coordinated response methodologies, equipment development focused on specialized countermeasures for evolved quirk applications, and institutional structures implemented distributed decision-making processes resistant to centralized compromise. For Izuku specifically, this period marked transition from tactical implementation to strategic development, his evolving spatial understanding providing framework for systematic protection beyond individual intervention capacity. The techniques he developed during this preparation phase would prove crucial during the approaching confrontation that would ultimately determine Hero Society's sustainable future. The final confrontation with All for One's network represented culmination of developments throughout Izuku's educational progression. Intelligence gathered through multiple operations, including the Controlled Information Program utilizing Aoyama's compromised channel, indicated coordinated implementation of evolved quirk distribution throughout Japan. Artificial enhancement technology prepared for mass deployment beyond specialized application. They're transitioning from strategic demonstration to societal implementation, Izuku concluded after analyzing the intelligence correlation patterns. The previous operations were capability verification rather than primary objective pursuit. This assessment aligned with psychological profiles developed throughout previous confrontations. All for One's operational methodology consistently emphasized systematic progression rather than dramatic escalation, each phase establishing foundation for subsequent implementation within carefully managed risk parameters. The intervention planning integrated lessons from previous operations, emphasizing coordinated response across specialized units rather than concentrated force application. Izuku's unprecedented spatial perception provided critical coordination capacity, allowing simultaneous monitoring of distributed engagement zones throughout the implementation timeline. Conventional command structures rely on hierarchical information processing, he explained during the planning phase. Six Eyes can perceive multiple operational theaters simultaneously, providing real-time coordination beyond conventional communication limitations. This capability proved essential when the confrontation initiated earlier than anticipated. All for One apparently detecting the intelligence compromise and accelerating implementation timeline to preserve operational advantage. Multiple distribution nodes activated simultaneously throughout urban centers, releasing evolved Nomu and Quirk enhancement technology through coordinated deployment systems. For conventional hero response units, this distributed activation created immediate resource allocation challenges, insufficient personnel for comprehensive coverage while maintaining necessary concentration at primary threat vectors. This tactical problem had been anticipated in planning scenarios, however, with Izuku's spatial abilities providing the critical solution. Dimensional coordination, he stated, creating a specialized perception field that extended his awareness across all active engagement zones simultaneously. This evolved application transcended conventional spatial manipulation, establishing information integration beyond physical proximity limitations. Through this enhanced awareness, Izuku could monitor operational developments throughout the response network, identifying critical intervention points where specialized capability application would generate disproportionate effectiveness. More significantly, he could implement targeted spatial manipulation across distributed locations without physical presence requirements. Teleportation marker network active, he reported from the Central Coordination Facility. Specialized units can now transit directly to priority targets, regardless of geographic distribution. This unprecedented coordination capability transformed the response effectiveness dramatically. Where conventional operations would require sequential target prioritization, the spatial network allowed simultaneous intervention across all critical nodes, preventing the cascading escalation, all-for-one's methodology typically exploited. As professional heroes engaged distribution nodes throughout urban centers, Izuku's perception detected the primary threat vector beneath the distributed activity, all for one himself, operating from a specialized facility where the most advanced enhancement technology awaited deployment. Primary target located, he reported, sharing the precise coordinates through the secure channel. Specialized architecture suggests quirk amplification capability beyond previous implementation parameters. The strike team that assembled for this primary intervention represented Hero Society's most advanced capability concentration. Top professionals with complementary quirks, specialized equipment designed for evolved threat neutralization, and tactical integration developed through multiple previous operations. When Izuku teleported this team directly to the facility's central chamber, bypassing external security systems through precise spatial calculation, they discovered confirmation of worst-case projection scenarios. All for One stood within a specialized enhancement system that integrated technology from multiple previous operations, components from the quirk destruction research, STARS, replication technology, and evolution acceleration protocols combined into comprehensive implementation platform. The coordination team, he greeted them with characteristic cordiality. Your developmental progression has been fascinating to observe throughout this extended interaction. Rather than displaying concern regarding their arrival, he activated the integrated system, initiating physical transformation that incorporated the accumulated technology directly into his biological structure. The energy signature this process generated exceeded anything in quirk registration databases, multiple enhancement vectors operating simultaneously through integrated application rather than sequential activation. The artificial limitations Hero Society imposed upon quirk expression are fundamentally unsustainable, he explained as his transformation progressed. Evolution demands expansion beyond arbitrary constraint structures. For conventional heroes, this enhanced manifestation would have presented insurmountable challenge, regardless of preparation or equipment sophistication. The integrated quirk expression transcended conventional classification parameters, incorporating countermeasures for standard neutralization approaches within its fundamental structure. For Izuku, it presented analytical opportunity beyond tactical concern. His six eyes perceived the integration patterns directly, identifying operational relationships within the combined system that revealed fundamental vulnerability despite its overwhelming capacity. Interesting implementation, he noted, removing his sunglasses deliberately. Multiple quirk systems operating through centralized coordination framework rather than genuine integration. Impressive but fundamentally unstable. This assessment visibly disturbed All for One's composed facade, recognition that his enhancement remained perceivable beyond its intended concealment parameters. Before he could implement compensatory adjustment, Izuku activated his most advanced spatial technique, Domain Expansion, Infinite Void. he stated, establishing dimensional partition that isolated the entire confrontation within controlled environment. The technique that manifested transcended his previous applications, creating not just spatial distortion, but comprehensive reality interface that established fundamental parameter control throughout the affected volume. Within this domain, conventional physics yielded to his established constraints, allowing precise regulation of quirk activation regardless of enhancement sophistication. What is this? All for One demanded as his multiple quirk systems suddenly encountered activation resistance beyond their integrated countermeasures. Dimensional governance, Izuku explained calmly. A space where fundamental constants require my authorization for modification. This unprecedented control mechanism created opportunity for systematic neutralization without escalating destruction. Team members methodically implemented specialized containment protocols while Izuku maintained domain stability, preventing quirk-based countermeasures throughout the process. All for One's response demonstrated why he had remained Hero Society's most sophisticated threat despite multiple previous containment efforts. Rather than attempting direct opposition against the established parameters, he implemented adaptation through the enhancement system's evolutionary framework, adjusting his biological structure to establish compatibility with the domain's constraint architecture. Impressive technique, he acknowledged, as his systems gradually established operational parameters within the controlled environment, but fundamentally limited by your individual perception framework. Reality exists beyond your observational parameters, regardless of manipulation sophistication. This philosophical perspective reflected genuine limitation within even Izuku's extraordinary capabilities, the inevitable constraint of individual consciousness regardless of perception enhancement. His six eyes, while transcending conventional observation limitations, ultimately remained perspective-bound rather than omniscient. Rather than disputing this fundamental truth, Izuku demonstrated why his understanding had evolved beyond conventional opposition frameworks. Accurate observation, he acknowledged. Individual perception remains inherently limited regardless of enhancement parameters. With this statement, he implemented the technique he had been developing throughout his educational progression, an application transcending individual limitation through integration rather than opposition. Limitless, infinite singularity, he stated, establishing dimensional convergence point that integrated the perceptual frameworks of all participants within the domain. This unprecedented application transcended conventional quirk theory, implementing consciousness integration beyond individual separation while maintaining distinctive identity preservation. Within this converged perception field, team members could directly perceive All for One's enhancement structure through Izuku's six eyes, while simultaneously retaining their individual analytical frameworks and specialized knowledge bases. Collective perception, All for One realized with genuine surprise. You've transcended individual consciousness limitations through dimensional integration. This implementation transformed the intervention paradigm fundamentally. Rather than coordinated individual efforts against superior individual capability, they now operated as integrated system with perception beyond conventional limitations while maintaining specialized application diversity. The neutralization process that followed demonstrated why this approach represented evolutionary advancement beyond conventional hero methodology. Each team member could now perceive the enhancement system's operational vulnerabilities directly, while implementing specialized countermeasures with perfect coordination through the integrated awareness field. When All for One attempted system reconfiguration to establish new countermeasures, the collective perception immediately identified adaptation patterns before implementation completion, allowing preemptive neutralization rather than reactive response. This perception advantage eliminated the evolutionary adaptation cycle that had previously rendered conventional containment unsustainable. Fascinating approach, All for One acknowledged as containment progressed despite his sophisticated resistance, using collective consciousness to transcend individual perception limitations. Hero Society evolving beyond my anticipation parameters. This recognition reflected genuine respect within his opposition, acknowledgement that the developmental progression he had observed throughout their extended interaction had ultimately produced innovation beyond his predictive models. The evolutionary advancement he had consistently advocated had manifested within the very system he sought to replace. When specialized containment protocols finally neutralized his enhancement system and secured his biological form within evolved suppression technology, All for One offered final perspective that resonated with Izuku's developing understanding. Systems ultimately adapt or perish, he noted as the containment process completed. Your approach suggests adaptation potential I hadn't fully anticipated within the existing framework. Fascinating conclusion to our extended interaction. This philosophical acknowledgement reflected recognition beyond tactical defeat, appreciation that Hero Society had demonstrated evolutionary capacity within its existing structural parameters, rather than requiring the fundamental replacement his methodology had pursued. The system had adapted rather than collapsed under evolutionary pressure. As specialized transport protocols secured All for One for permanent containment, Izuku maintained coordination across the distributed response network, ensuring comprehensive neutralization throughout all engagement zones. The synchronized intervention had successfully prevented mass deployment of enhancement technology while securing distribution infrastructure for subsequent analysis and containment. When the operation concluded, professional assessment confirmed unprecedented effectiveness metrics: minimal civilian casualties, limited property damage, and comprehensive threat neutralization across all identified vectors. More significantly, the coordinated methodology had demonstrated sustainable response capability against evolved threat parameters without requiring individual heroic sacrifice or unsustainable resource concentration. In the confrontation's aftermath, Hero Society entered reconstruction phase beyond emergency response requirements. The infrastructure damaged during the distributed engagement required restoration, civilian confidence needed systematic rebuilding, and institutional structures demanded evolution to address vulnerabilities revealed throughout the extended crisis period. For Izuku specifically, this transition created opportunity for implementing the understanding developed throughout his educational progression. Recognition that heroism transcended individual power expression to encompass systematic protection through institutional excellence and distributed responsibility. The post-crisis reconstruction period represented transition beyond emergency response to sustainable security implementation. With All for One's network neutralized and enhancement technology secured, Hero Society faced fundamental questions regarding institutional structure and operational methodology moving forward. For UA's graduating class, this transition coincided with their professional debut. Formal entry into Hero Registry and agency placement during unprecedented restructuring throughout the system they were joining. The traditional hierarchy that had defined professional progression throughout previous generations was evolving toward distributed responsibility framework, emphasizing complementary capability integration rather than individual power ranking. Izuku's professional placement generated particular interest throughout this transition. His capabilities had been extensively documented throughout multiple crisis responses, establishing performance parameters beyond conventional classification. Various agencies submitted placement requests, while specialized units within the Hero Public Safety Commission suggested direct institutional integration beyond traditional agency structure. Your capabilities transcend conventional application frameworks, the placement advisor acknowledged during his consultation. Determining optimal integration presents unique assessment challenges given the unprecedented nature of your spatial understanding. This observation aligned with Izuku's own developmental awareness. His abilities had evolved beyond traditional quirk expression to encompass fundamental dimensional relationships, spatial, temporal, and causal interactions that conventional hero methodology classified as separate domains rather than integrated system. After careful consideration regarding placement options, Izuku proposed alternative approach beyond conventional agency integration or specialized unit assignment. Rather than focusing exclusively on direct intervention capacity, he suggested establishing coordination framework that could enhance effectiveness throughout the entire professional network. Conventional structures emphasize individual capability deployment, he explained during the proposal presentation. An integrated coordination system could optimize resource distribution across the entire response network, enhancing collective effectiveness beyond individual contribution parameters. This perspective represented evolutionary advancement in professional organization beyond traditional hierarchy. Rather than positioning exceptional individuals as primary security providers, it emphasized system optimization through specialized coordination, using advanced perception to enhance network effectiveness rather than replace distributed capability. When implemented through specialized authorization from the Public Safety Commission, this approach demonstrated unprecedented effectiveness metrics during initial operations. Izuku's 6 Eyes provided comprehensive situation assessment across distributed engagement zones, while his spatial manipulation facilitated resource reallocation beyond conventional transportation limitations. The response coordination reduced average intervention time by 63%, the assessment report noted after initial implementation period. Casualty reduction metrics similarly exceed projected parameters across all incident classifications. Beyond these quantitative improvements, the coordination framework demonstrated qualitative advancement in hero methodology. By optimizing resource distribution across the professional network, it reduced individual burden requirements while enhancing collective capability, sustainable security provision through systemic excellence rather than exceptional individual performance. For Izuku personally, this implementation aligned with his evolving understanding regarding heroism's fundamental purpose. While his individual capabilities remained exceptional, their greatest contribution manifested through enhancement of collective protection capacity rather than isolated power expression. Individual heroes, regardless of capability level, ultimately face resource limitation through attention distribution requirements, he explained during a professional development seminar. Coordinated response transcends these limitations through complementary integration, creating collective capability beyond individual parameter limitations. This philosophical perspective increasingly defined professional evolution throughout hero society as reconstruction progressed beyond emergency response to sustainable security implementation. Agencies developed specialized integration protocols, training programs emphasized complementary application methodologies, and equipment design focused on system compatibility rather than isolated performance metrics. For the public, this evolution manifested through increased confidence metrics across demographic categories. The coordinated response methodology consistently demonstrated effectiveness against emerging threats without requiring the singular reassurance All Might had previously provided. Security provision became distributed responsibility rather than individual burden, creating sustainable confidence beyond symbolic dependency. As this system continued evolving through implementation refinement, Izuku's role expanded beyond tactical coordination to include strategic development, identifying emerging patterns through his enhanced perception while developing responsive adaptation before crisis manifestation. This preventive approach further enhanced security provision by addressing potential threats during developmental stages rather than requiring reactive intervention after full manifestation. Conventional response emphasizes neutralization after threat activation, he noted during strategic planning session. Preventive identification allows intervention during formation phase, reducing potential harm through early engagement. This methodology proved particularly effective regarding artificial enhancement technology proliferation throughout international markets. By identifying distribution patterns before widespread implementation, coordinated intervention prevented multiple potential crisis events through targeted neutralization, rather than requiring comprehensive response after established activation. The international cooperation framework established following Star and Stripes intervention provided institutional structure for this preventive approach, facilitating information sharing and coordinated response beyond national boundaries. Izuku's spatial coordination transcended conventional jurisdiction limitations, providing implementation framework for multinational operations without requiring standardized bureaucratic integration. As this international system continued developing through operational refinement, Izuku's perspective increasingly influenced professional methodology beyond direct coordination applications. His understanding regarding dimensional relationships provided theoretical framework for quirk research advancement, while his integration approach informed educational evolution throughout training institutions. UA itself implemented curriculum revisions based on these developing perspectives, emphasizing complementary application and system integration alongside individual capability development. The specialized program that emerged from these revisions produced graduates with unprecedented coordination capacity, professionals designed for integrated operation rather than isolated performance. For society beyond professional hero operations, these developments manifested through cultural evolution regarding security perception and quirk understanding. The integration approach demonstrated throughout Reconstruction provided conceptual framework for community protection beyond professional dependency, distributed responsibility systems where individual capabilities contributed to collective security through coordinated application. This cultural evolution represented perhaps the most significant advancement emerging from the extended crisis period. Rather than reinforcing dependency upon exceptional individuals, the Reconstruction implementation emphasized collective capability through integrated contribution, sustainable security through distributed responsibility rather than concentrated burden. As this new framework continued developing through implementation refinement, Izuku found his professional satisfaction increasingly derived from system optimization rather than individual performance metrics. The coordinated methodology enhanced protection capacity throughout society beyond what even his exceptional abilities could provide through direct application alone. Heroism ultimately concerns protection rather than performance, he explained during professional conference keynote address. Effective security provision may require exceptional individual capability in specific contexts, but sustainable implementation demands systematic excellence beyond isolated contribution. This perspective reflected complete developmental progression from his initial understanding as a student entering UA, evolution from power acquisition focus to systematic protection implementation through integrated application. His spatial understanding had transcended conventional quirk expression to encompass fundamental dimensional relationships, while his heroic philosophy had similarly evolved beyond individual performance to systemic optimization. The hero society that emerged through this Reconstruction period differed fundamentally from the system All Might had previously symbolized. Rather than centralizing security provision through exceptional individuals, it distributed protection and responsibility throughout integrated network, professional heroes, support systems, and community structures operating through coordinated methodology rather than hierarchical dependency. For Izuku specifically, this evolution represented fulfillment beyond conventional achievement metrics. His exceptional capabilities found optimal application through enhancement of collective protection capacity rather than isolated performance, using spatial understanding to optimize system functionality throughout society rather than demonstrating individual superiority. As Reconstruction transitioned towards sustainable implementation, the coordination framework continued evolving through operational refinement. The preventive methodology identified emerging patterns before crisis manifestation, while the integration approach optimized resource distribution throughout response networks when intervention became necessary. The professional recognition Izuku received throughout this implementation period acknowledged contribution beyond conventional performance metrics. His coordination methodology had transformed hero operations fundamentally, establishing sustainable security provision through distributed responsibility rather than concentrated burden. When officially designated as the new symbol of peace during formal ceremony, the title acknowledged system representation rather than individual replacement, recognition that security provision had evolved beyond singular embodiment to encompass integrated framework. The symbol had transformed from individual icon to methodological representation, embodying collective protection through coordinated application. This designation reflected complete evolution in societal understanding regarding heroism's fundamental nature. The symbol no longer represented singular reassurance through exceptional individual, but rather systematic protection through integrated responsibility, sustainable security through distributed capability rather than concentrated power. For Izuku, this recognition validated the understanding developed throughout his developmental progression. His extraordinary spatial perception had ultimately found greatest application through system optimization rather than individual demonstration, using dimensional understanding to enhance collective protection beyond isolated performance parameters. As he accepted the designation with characteristic composure, his perspective reflected this evolved understanding. The symbol represents protection responsibility rather than individual achievement, he noted during the acceptance address. Sustainable security requires collective implementation through coordinated application rather than exceptional individual performance. This philosophical perspective defined the hero society emerging through reconstruction implementation, a system emphasizing distributed responsibility through integrated capability rather than hierarchical dependency upon exceptional individuals. The security provision methodology had evolved beyond traditional parameters to establish sustainable protection through systematic excellence rather than individual burden. As this evolved system continued to developing through implementation refinement, Izuku's coordination framework provided optimization mechanism beyond conventional capability limitations. His spatial understanding facilitated resource distribution throughout the professional network, while his preventive methodology identified emerging patterns before crisis manifestation. The international cooperation structure established through previous crisis response provided institutional framework for this evolved methodology, facilitating coordinated implementation across national boundaries without requiring standardized bureaucratic integration. The preventive approach identified distribution patterns throughout global markets, enabling targeted intervention before widespread proliferation. For society beyond professional hero operations, these developments manifested through cultural evolution regarding security perception and community responsibility. The distributed implementation emphasized collective contribution through coordinated application, sustainable protection through integrated capability rather than dependent expectation. This cultural transformation represented perhaps the most significant advancement emerging from the extended crisis period and subsequent reconstruction implementation. Rather than reinforcing dependency upon exceptional individuals, the evolved system emphasized collective responsibility through integrated contribution, sustainable security through distributed application rather than concentrated provision. As this transformed society continued developing through implementation refinement, Izuku found professional fulfillment through system optimization beyond individual performance metrics. The coordination methodology enhanced protection capacity throughout society beyond what even his extraordinary abilities could provide through direct application alone. The hero world had evolved beyond traditional parameters to establish sustainable security through systematic excellence rather than individual burden, fulfilling the protection responsibility that defined heroism's fundamental purpose through collective implementation rather than isolated performance. For Izuku Midoriya, the limitless hero whose spatial understanding had transcended conventional dimensions, this evolution represented complete fulfillment beyond achievement metrics. His exceptional capabilities had found optimal application through enhancement of collective protection capacity, using dimensional mastery to optimize system functionality throughout society. The white-haired young man with glowing 6 eyes had ultimately become much more than the strongest individual hero. He had become the catalyst for evolutionary advancement throughout hero society itself, transforming the very nature of protection provision from individual burden to collective responsibility. As he surveyed this transformed landscape from UA's rooftop, sunglasses temporarily removed to perceive the energy patterns flowing throughout the city, his expression reflected genuine satisfaction beyond professional achievement. The system emerging through reconstruction implementation would provide sustainable security beyond what any individual hero could maintain regardless of capability level, protection through integration rather than isolation. The limitless hero had ultimately transcended conventional heroism to establish something infinitely more valuable, a world where protection responsibility manifested through collective implementation rather than individual burden. The infinite possibilities his six eyes had always perceived had finally manifested through systematic evolution rather than personal achievement. In that realization, Izuku Midoriya found the true meaning of heroism beyond power or performance, the limitless potential of collective protection through coordinated responsibility.
End with earth-shattering spectacle, showing Izuku transcending into living legend. His six eyes pierce dimensions, while limitless techniques reshape reality itself. Subscribe for more. See you in the next one.